The Board of Education will now come to order. Roll call. Meek.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Page. Here. Peterson. Here. Ray. Here. Williams.
Here.
Weiniger.
Here.
Pledge of Allegiance.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Moving right into item number 3, the DCSD Spotlight. Superintendent Kane.
Good evening, everyone. So excited to be here today on the very first day of the 23-24 school year for most of our schools here in Douglas County School District. I, along with members of my cabinet, executive directors of schools, and all of you visited schools this morning, so I can't thank you enough for visiting our schools and welcoming our staff back. And we will continue visit with our schools in the coming weeks as our preschoolers start and other kids start to go back to school. I want to thank the communications department for the slideshow you've been watching since sitting in here. This slideshow is from this morning, first day of school, so they put it together really quickly. Tonight's spotlight video focuses on one of our focus areas, which is literacy. Last year, we saw growth in literacy at record levels for our district, and our kids in literacy are outperforming their performance pre-pandemic. So we are so proud of the growth that we've seen in literacy. And tonight's spotlight will show you the growth that we're working to achieve in literacy for every single one of our kids. Last year, we piloted a program called Readtopia to help boost literacy in our significant support needs classrooms. As you will see in this video, it went so well that we are looking forward to expanding this incredible program this year. I'd like to thank Mammoth Heights Elementary for allowing us to film this video at that school. And here is Readtopia in the classroom.
All right, friends, we're going to read The Lion and the Mouse. This story is about two animals, right?
Uh-huh.
Which animals?
Mouse.
And?
Lion.
We've really enjoyed Readtopia. I think it's fabulous for our kids at all ability levels. It was time for a meal.
Oh no.
What is a meal? If you're not going to have a snack, what's a meal?
Like dinner?
Like dinner? That's right.
Yeah, big dinner.
A big dinner is a meal, right?
Yeah.
What, Sarah? What do you got?
Hey.
Waffles.
Oh, waffles is a good choice, right? It gives us the opportunity to have a student with a talker engage. It gives us an opportunity that, someone who's very chatty to engage. Mouse is in trouble.
Claws on the mouse.
That's not a good place for the mouse to be, right?
No, yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
The claws on the mouse.
All of those ability levels.
I think too for like your kindergarten groups, they're not always willing to just sit with you, and there's opportunities with the sorting and the close reading and some of those things where they don't have to be right on top of it, but they can still be listening to what's going on.
Yep.
And catch the big points. It's worked across all the grade levels really well for us.
I think next what I'd like to do is I would like us to draw a picture of our favorite part of the story. So today we did the drawing at the end of the story, which we like to do because, drawing our thoughts is that beginning writing piece. So we draw our favorite part of the story or drawing our thoughts, and we had all levels. I loved how one of our students drew not only, her parts, but other things she might have thought might have been in the jungle.
Gianna, which part of the story, what did you put in your picture?
Eating berries and a zebra watching the elephant ready to run away, and then the lion trying to eat it.
She had a whole bunch of different themes, and so that's just, that piece of thinking about what the story is and what other things that she could think of, and that's the beginning of writing, and I'm modeling it too. So, having that modeling piece where I'm talking about what I'm drawing and how it's connecting to what we just did is much more engaging than copying or tracing. Now there's that connection and there's that engagement, and so I think it is more popular task for them. Just to get my head wrapped around it, I took all of the lessons and I put them into a spreadsheet. Week 1, the first lesson is a read aloud. The next lesson is this, then, and it just was in a nice little spreadsheet.
It's easy to take notes and write down who's done what and keep track of all the groups, and
Yep,
it just
and we'll
kind of
just would
keeps the
check
flow.
it off
check
as
it
we
off
went.
and,
Yep.
make sure we did what
Yep,
they are
so
in
once
the
you get
sequence.
rolling, it's good. But in the beginning, it does seem very daunting and overwhelming. Once you see the kids just really, and that predictable pattern, they really start to like too, and they
like
know
that,
what's coming as well. One of the things I'm really excited about is the shared reading folder that we can go ahead and download as a community, all of the resources that we've made. Chris and I love to pull in different videos from a tortoise and the hare video and kind of compare it to the book and how it was different and contrast and compare, but we could drop those types of things into that folder as well, and just together build this great resource for us all to use. Some students are really benefiting from that phonics, that needed the phonics. And then other students are really benefiting from that comprehension. And, we write goals for the IEP based around, comprehension and it'll say after reading a familiar text. Well, the beauty of that is these become the familiar texts. So then when you go and do that progress monitoring and you ask these questions, the WH questions or the beginning, middle, and end, and it's based off of familiar text, they're rocking their goals because these are familiar texts. They really know them. They know, and they can answer those questions, and they feel so proud about it. So I love that too. I think the thing that has benefited us the most with Retopia is the planning time. As we all know, we don't get a lot of plan time. It's all right here. It's shared right with you in the binder. And then together we can decide, even at the beginning of group, is the next lesson, is that what we're going to do? Do we have time today to do that lesson? Something comes up, it's testing week.
Kids are absent.
Kids are absent, what are we going to do today? Or maybe we need to skip something. We still have that autonomy to do that. And so it just is wonderful because it's all right here. There's engaging activities, there's engaging types of things to do.
But it works well for a sub too. It's easy to put it in front of a sub, and it's easy for me to help facilitate, but things are very straightforward and the book is well written, so it's easy to give it to somebody that
Absolutely. Or
isn't familiar with it.
if I have to step out, if there is an emergency with a student, I can step out, and Chris, it just goes. Chris doesn't.
Very seamless.
It's very seamless. No, nothing skips a beat. It's all right here. Chris knows exactly what to do. So I think the most important and profound thing for me using Retopia is something that we've been discussing a lot at Mammoth Heights recently, is that we are building those identities in our learners here at Mammoth Heights to be readers, to be mathematicians, to be writers. And so with Retopia, we are helping our students to be readers. They are enjoying the story. They are understanding the story. Thumbs up if you like the story.
Do you like it?
Kind of like the story. And we don't like the story. What do you think? Yeah. I really like this story. Oh, Sarah's giving double.
too.
Sarah's giving double thumbs up.
All right.
Wow. They're connecting with the story, engaging at a level that I don't think we've ever seen.
No, I agree.
So I think that's so important and so exciting to see out of our learners.
So I hope you all enjoyed just a little snippet in one of our classrooms of how our focus on literacy is impacting even our most significantly impacted students. And I also want to thank the educators who put themselves out there and did this video with us. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Kane. Moving on to item number 5, acceptance of agenda. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approves the agenda as presented. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Ray, second by Williams. Without discussion, we'll take the roll. Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Page?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weininger?
Aye.
Passed 7-0. Item number 6, superintendent updates.
Great. Well, welcome back to a new school year. We're really excited for all of our kids to be back in our buildings and all of our staff. In the last 2 weeks, we have celebrated the openings of our 2 newest campuses here in Douglas County. The Legacy Innovation, our Legacy campus, which will provide career and technical education opportunities for juniors and seniors in all of our comprehensive high schools. They will be able to participate in tracks such as aviation, culinary, a new teacher academy, architecture, and cybersecurity. We are really, really excited about the opportunities that the Legacy campus will present so that our kids have a lot of options. They can go directly into a career or continue on to college with college credits already on their transcript. We also opened our alternative education high school in Parker, Vail, and Vail has a focus on entrepreneurship. They have amazing partnerships with the businesses in Parker so that students can, from their freshman year forward, experience entrepreneurial learning as well as being in the workplace and really being delved into the industry of their choice. Professional development has been kicked off over the last couple of weeks for the school year. So just to give you an idea of the participation that we've had and the great work that our professional development folks have done, we had on July 11th and 12th, we had the mentor liftoff with 52 participants. July 13th through 14th, we launched our very own Douglas County School District alternative licensure program that we are able to offer to our employees free of charge so that our employees with a bachelor's degree can work towards getting their teacher's license while they are working for us here in Douglas County. We're really excited about that program. Math Fest was the 18th through 19th. 137 participated in that. Our Summer Summit for our new leaders kicked off July 25th and 26th. Thank you to all of the directors who were there. I think almost everyone was there. It really makes an impact. And the keynote was Charlie Coleman with Solution Tree, focusing on professional learning communities, which is one of our focus areas. The Summer Summit for Teachers was on July 27th. And then finally on August 2nd, we welcomed our new teachers and staff, 560 or so. And that was really exciting. It's always fun to ask the teachers to stand up who actually graduated from high school here in Douglas County and are now returning as teachers. We did some great work over the summer. Of course, you know about the summer weather and the tornado that went through Highlands Ranch. I'd like to extend all of my gratitude to our base workers across the district, including those at Northridge Elementary who worked to keep kids safe during that tornado shelter. Absolutely no one was hurt, and our staff knew exactly what to do. Our kids knew exactly what to do. As you know, Northridge Elementary had part of its roof ripped off as part of the tornado, along with a lot of other damage from the tornado and from the water. Thanks to our operations and maintenance folks and contracting with Hazelden Construction, they managed to get the work done in time for the first day of school. So all of the classrooms that were impacted and had to be completely redone and reconstructed were up and running this morning, complete with all of the amazing things the teachers have on the walls and, of course, the kids to go with them. I just want to put out a special shout out to our operations and maintenance folks. You can imagine that the crazy weather this summer, to include that tornado, did a lot of damage across our district to a lot of our schools, and they managed to get everything perfect for our first day of school, and we're really grateful for all the work they did this summer. I would like to extend a special thank you to our transportation staff and to our families. As you all are aware, we are experiencing a significant bus driver shortage. In fact, we have 104 openings for bus drivers, so to our public, if anyone would like to apply to be a bus driver, please visit our website. With a shortage that significant, we've had to put our kids on a rolling blackout schedule so that they have 4 weeks with a bus and 1 week without. That is really, really difficult and challenging for our parents. As a mom of who had 3 little kids and 2 working parent household, I know how challenging it can really be to try to make sure you have people where they need to be and that you're still holding down your job. So I really would like to thank our families and our staff for helping us make this happen so that we can continue to provide transportation to as many of our kids as possible. I would like to thank everyone who participated in the Perseverance Scholarship Golf Tournament. That was a couple of weeks ago. The Perseverance Scholarship is a scholarship where we raise money. The administrators across our entire district raise money for a scholarship for kids who have really persevered through a significant challenge. So at the end of the school year, we pick a senior from each high school who receives the Perseverance Scholarship, and the stories, every single story makes you cry. So really, really amazing. Thanks to all who helped for that. And then finally, the Foundation of Douglas County Schools just finished their Lend a Hand backpack distribution. So about 1,400 backpacks with school supplies were distributed. We also, this is new this year, 110 new teachers were able to come and pick up supplies so that our new teachers can have, a really great head start to their school year. And I'd love to thank our community partners who donated to this important event. That concludes my superintendent updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane.
President Peterson, could I ask a couple of quick questions?
Please do.
Follow up. Thank you for the update. That was helpful. I have received lots of questions around the transportation. If there are families with hardship, what should we tell families that have hardship with transportation?
There are a few routes that we did not include in the rolling blackout schedule due to them being significant at-risk students who are struggling with changing their home constantly. So we have tried to take care of really highly impacted kids as much as we can. Families can contact transportation. It's really been heartwarming to see families working with each other to try to arrange carpools, et cetera, but they are welcome to contact transportation and talk to us. Thank you for the question.
And then one other question. I feel like it's the elephant in the room with all of the media attention last week with the federal lawsuit that was out there. I'm wondering when we will have some kind of response to families who are submitting questions around, I'm just looking up one of the questions from today. What is your plan to keep children of color in our schools safe? I think families have questions. I know we can't comment on lawsuits, and that's inappropriate, but I do think it's extremely important for us to be able to reassure our families what is in place and what is happening.
Assistant Superintendent Windsor will just talk for a moment about some of the plans that he and his principals have worked to put in place.
Thank you for the question, Director Meek. I think as we engage in every single school year, I think it's the intent of every school to try to make sure we connect with every student that walks in our building. And I think even the conversation tonight about making sure we have the adults, the staff, to make sure we do that is extremely important. And so we will continue to make sure we're supporting our schools. We are trying to make sure we have proactive systems about making sure we have the opportunity to talk with all of our students specifically around what does bullying look like, what does harassment, discrimination look like, and making sure we develop the language to say if there are concerns, who do they go to? How do we then also provide some educational resources to our staff that all students are exposed to, but also the opportunity to make sure we have adults that are available to them to support all students. And so we have a number of steps. Obviously, there's a significant list that each of our schools does. I can tell you from visiting schools this morning, getting upperclassmen to connect with our underclassmen coming into our secondary schools, buddying systems, curriculum that each of our schools are working with to make sure students have that level of support, peer support, counseling support, et cetera. And so we know we can always get better at what we do. We're determined to get better at what we do as well. But we do have some certain programming trainings that we're also providing for our staff as well, just on the surface level, just to give you some surface level details of what we're working on.
Thank you. And finally, I will, of course, be personally responding to every single inquiry that we have received. Thank you again.
So as a board, I think it would be really helpful maybe to have a presentation at an upcoming board meeting talking about what programs are in place, how we address bullying, how we handle issues like that. Superintendent Kane, you're wonderful at responding to individual emails. I feel like this deserves more attention for the entire public to be able to understand what systems are in place, what should be done. It's just, I think history will judge us right now on how we react, and I think silence is not the way to go. I think we need to have a board presentation at one of the very next board meetings on this topic because, I just can't describe the feelings of disgust and anger and frustration reading through that complaint. And I'm not saying everything in there is true. I'm not, making judgment. But I can tell you that's how a lot of community members are feeling. And for us to be transparent and talk about what programs we have in place and what is available to our students who maybe need help is really important.
Thank you, Director Meek. Any other directors before we move on? One just other comment around transportation. Our transportation routes for all of our students with special needs are, of course, still running as required by statute. So with that, we will move to item number...
I'll just move that we, as a board, vote on having a presentation. Unfortunately, in the past, we'll have conversations and everyone seems to agree, but then things don't get on an agenda. I would like to move that we have a report on programs that we have as a district to address bullying and the social emotional needs of our students by the end of September. I guess that's my motion.
Second.
We have a motion as stated by Meek and a second by Ray. Board discussion. It's by the end of September, not before September, did I hear that correctly?
I would say as soon as possible, but no later than the end of September.
Board directors, questions, comments? Go ahead, Director Ray.
No, I was just going to concur with Director Meek. Reading, and also when we had students come to us a few board meetings ago to report just what they endured. It makes us all sick to our stomachs. And I do think that this is an issue we just can't brush under the carpet or be overly cautious about talking about. I think it's an issue that we need to hit head on and have the hard discussion. We've had lots of discussion on this board around equity and around some other things that I think contribute to this whole notion of how students are being treated. And so I just agree. I think a presentation, but I think more importantly, some action, in terms of making sure we had a clear action plan for how every student in our school feels valued, treasured, and isn't experiencing the kind of attacks and hate that we've heard reported. So I would just advocate for Director Meek's motion.
Other directors? Yeah, my 2 cents on this is if you wanted to talk about this item, please offer an amendment to the agenda. It was a question of the superintendent during our reports, but none of that was brought up. Your first statement was we shouldn't talk about pending litigation, but now we're talking about pending litigation. And per our board policy agenda is set by the president. And as you all know, and maybe the public doesn't know, certainly a board can vote if they see something that they want on the agenda that the president doesn't want. So why I, as a president, will commit to looking at agendas and putting this on here at an appropriate time. I would actually argue against the motion as it goes against the setting of board policy in the hands of the president. As this item was brought up against the agenda, it's not on the agenda. So I would just vote against that. That's not to say that I don't think we need to have a discussion in the community at appropriate time, but I would rather that we get some legal advice, legal counsel, and then sequence that in at the appropriate time, which is maybe better for this board in terms of litigious risk reduction. Any other directors' comments? Director Meek.
So I hear you, and I did email you this weekend asking specifically to have this added to the agenda. And you responded yesterday letting me know that we would receive a board memo. Well, we received it right before the meeting. I did not feel like I wanted to push it for tonight based on that board memo, which is why I did not motion to have it added to tonight's agenda. What I am asking is for us to talk about how we are keeping kids safe in our schools. It's not about this piece of litigation that just hit. It is about our services and our programs and what we do to keep each and every student safe in our district. Nothing to do with the lawsuit, but the lawsuit has heightened this question. As a board member, every single committee that I go to, I get asked questions. They ask me questions around, what is the district doing? We receive emails saying, what are you doing to keep our children safe? This is an extremely important issue that is on the forefront of our community's mind. And we as a board are responsible for keeping our kids safe. We're responsible for keeping our staff safe. And if we're not capable of giving or having a presentation made around what we are doing and what students can do if they are not feeling safe, then we are neglecting our responsibilities. And so, I brought this up this weekend. I chose not to try to amend the agenda tonight because it felt premature. But I do think it is something that we as a board should address within the next month.
And yet we are here talking about it on the agenda without an agenda amendment. So again, that's why I'll be voting no against it. But also, I'll go to Director Williams here in a second. But also, we will be talking about safety, as we should at the beginning of every school year. One of the things we'll have coming up is our recognition of our National SRO Association qualifying SROs in the district as a natural lead into safety, but we will certainly have that discussion. And we're going to need to have the discussion around safety around bond MLO, because security and safety, not just physical safety, is on the ballot tonight. Director Williams.
So I would say, in general, I'm not opposed to having a presentation about what we're doing to keep all kids safe. I think obviously that's super important to all 7 of us and to our entire community. However, many times on this, in these meetings, I get called out on process, and I feel like this is one of those process items. And so I can't vote for it because process is not correct, but that doesn't mean that I can't advocate for it to be, during agenda planning, put onto a future agenda.
Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a few items to make sure that I'm really clear. We have presented to the board in April and again in May, ADB-R, along with our implementation plans regarding the equity policy. And then we specifically went through our bullying policy, the bullying policy changes that staff took before this board to make sure that we are protecting each and every one of our children. And we heard from the committee of about 10 people that are working on the bullying policy, from teachers to student support services providers, all across, mental health people, all across our district. That committee is actively working on the implementation plan for those changes that were just made in May to make sure that our entire system is trained on bullying and harassment. And as Assistant Superintendent Windsor stated, he has already done a lot of work with his school leadership to make sure there's a plan in place for presenting to kids across our district what is acceptable and what is not acceptable, because discrimination and harassment are absolutely not acceptable in our district, and never have been, never will be, and we will continue to make sure that we are enforcing that and that we're providing all of the training that we can to our staff. And so we're happy to provide follow-on information to the information presented in April and May as far as our progress. And just to address the last concern, one of the many things that we have been working on are posters that will go on in all the bathrooms throughout our schools that let students know exactly how they can report if they're having any trouble or feeling uncomfortable at school, because we really are absolutely committed to making sure that our school environment is a safe and welcoming environment for each and every single one of our students. That continues to be the promise of Douglas County School District and the promise of our staff, and we will continue to work in that direction. Thank you.
Director Ray.
Just to respond to Director Williams, it's certainly not against process for us to request a placeholder for a future agenda. Obviously, if this were an agenda item that we were going to discuss and have action, that would be different. But I think what Director Meek is concerned about is just making sure that we reassure our community that we've heard the concern, and so much so that we're going to make sure there's a placeholder on a future agenda to have this discussion in depth. So I just want us to be careful that we don't use process as an excuse for not responding to the concern that we have heard from our community, that we want to be able to say, no, this is a topic we want to discuss, and we will discuss it by Director Meek's motion by the end of September. So just to reassure you that I don't see that this is a violating process by any means.
Other directors? If there's no more conversation, we do have a director stated by Director Meek for the presentation on bullying and harassment et al. No later than the end of September, second by Ray. I'll go ahead and take the roll. Director Meek.
Yeah, so this is following process, and this is how board operates and is transparent. They take votes in the public because it needs to be done that way, which is why I proposed it that way. I vote aye.
Director Myers.
Aye.
Director Page.
Aye.
Director Peterson, I will be a no for process, not for the discussion. Director Ray.
Aye.
Director Williams.
No.
Director Weiniger.
While I don't disagree on having a presentation around that, I don't like a surprise formal vote around something like this, so I am a no.
The motion is passed 4-3. We will have a presentation prior to the end of September. Moving into item number 7, public comment. The purpose of public comment is to balance the ability to hear diverse viewpoints from a broad spectrum of citizens throughout the district while allowing our Board of Education to conduct business in an orderly and efficient manner. Time has been adjusted to allow all speakers the opportunity to speak during the allotted time for public comment. Tonight, we will hear public comment on agenda items number 13 through 17, which concern district funding and potential ballot measures. 2.5 minutes will be allotted for each speaker this evening. When speaking, please remain respectful and address the board rather than guests or staff in the room. To respect a speaker's free speech, please do not interrupt them while they're at the podium providing comments. You will have a 15-second notice prior to the end of your time so you can wrap up your comments. When your time is up, please leave the podium. If the audience wants to react between speakers, feel free to do so while being respectful and honoring the next speaker's time to speak. Please do not engage speakers or other audience members in a disruptive manner. Attendees who create a disturbance or disrupt speakers will be asked to leave the room after a prior warning. And one more comment on public comment. Per the Board of Education summer retreat that we had on July 31st, potential changes to the public comment policy will be considered at the August 22nd regular board meeting. With that, we will move to our first speakers. I believe we have a group of students, Kennedy Layfield, Olivia Albeta, and Caitlin Anderson, if they are here.
Okay, so we also accidentally signed up for 2 time slots, so we hope that you guys will allow us to go slightly over the 2.5-minute time limit.
As with all our students, we will not put you on a 2.5
Thank you
minute
so
time
much.
limit, so feel free, ladies.
Okay, so good evening, and thank you for taking the time to listen to us tonight. We promise we'll keep it quick. My name is Caitlin Anderson, this is Olivia Beta, and this is Kennedy Layfield, and we are seniors at Chaparral High School. We have been students in DCSD for our entire lives, and this district means so much to us, so we are here today to ask you to approve putting 5A and 5B on the ballot in November. Douglas County is the wealthiest county in the entire state of Colorado and the 9th wealthiest county in the country. With that being said, it is also the most underfunded, and money matters. So more money means safer schools, more access to our CTE programs, and the ability to give our teachers a more livable and competitive salary. If things continue to go the way they are now, we will lose some of our best teachers and miss out on opportunities to give to our students. We are already way behind in the abilities and current resources that our students have, and some of the technology we are behind compared to other districts. So that combined with losing some of our quality teachers, families will leave Douglas County and search for better districts with better resources for their students, and our property values will go down.
For 5A, $66 million a year would give us a huge advantage compared to our competing districts such as Cherry Creek. We receive $2,072 less annually per student than students in Cherry Creek. These are the same students we will soon be competing against for enrollment in colleges, jobs, and careers. Funding matters when it comes to a quality education. Cherry Creek teachers get paid on average $18,000 more than teachers in Douglas County do. Many of our teachers live in other districts, and they could easily leave us for substantially more money. Many already have, and we can't blame them. They have families to care for themselves. At Chaparral alone, we already have lost 12 amazing teachers this year due to salaries, and based on a quick poll, we will continue to lose more if this bill cannot pass. Almost 80% of teachers at Chaparral said they have considered leaving for a better paying position. The term Chap family is something we live by and is truly felt among students. We know our teachers want to be here with us. As for 5B, many of our schools are getting old and are in desperate need of repairs. At Chaparral, many of our classrooms flood when it rains, and this is not only a hindrance to our learning, but is something that our teachers should not have to deal with. And mold is pretty gross and not something that students should have to deal with in the classroom. Our track field is also in desperate need of repair, and people are getting shin splints and injuring themselves due to the thin and old track. As views in college and life after high school change, greater funding to our CTE departments would allow students to find their passions and potentially receive college credits, certifications, and experience before they even graduate high school, potentially saving them tens of thousands of dollars and preventing them from becoming a part of the student loan crisis.
Funding is truly the most important thing to ensure that the future students of DCSD experience what we did growing up, but we are quickly losing morale. With all of the wonderful opportunities that DCSD has given its students, why stop now? If you approve of adding these measures to the ballot in November, we are all committed to helping you, Mrs. Kane, our teachers, and DCSD families ensure that it passes. We are already making plans to create a Get Out and Vote campaign. We will be educating our community on what 5A and B really are and what it would mean for the community should it pass or fail. We will be 18 at that time ourselves, and we'll make sure that our 18-year-old peers get out and vote as well. We also have plans in place to rally students at other Douglas County schools. With that said, thank you so much for your time, and please do what's right for our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have Lucy Squire, Lydia Hayes, followed by Steve Murray. Ms. Squire.
Good evening, Board Directors and Superintendent Kane. My name is Lucy Squire, and as you know, I am both the proud president of the Douglas County Federation and a third grade teacher. Today marks my 19th first day of school as an elementary teacher in the district. As a teacher in the district, I've been through the heartache of watching bonds and MLOs fail. This last November was no exception. The elation in the 2018 election when both the bond and MLO passed was electric, and we have seen how these successful initiatives helped to improve our buildings, supported students, and had helped to close the pay gap of our certified and classified staff members compared to our neighboring districts. Most recently, we have seen the eye-opening and jaw-dropping graphics comparing the pay of Douglas County to neighboring districts, and it's really something. To be an educator in the third largest school district in Colorado, but to be among the lowest paid continues to smack us in the face. All Douglas County employees deserve to be paid what they're worth, and we need to stay competitive with our neighboring districts. DCF is in support of placing these initiatives on the ballot in November so that we can continue to address this astonishing pay gap, as well as tackling the variety of needs that our school buildings have. Many of our buildings had a list of issues that needed to be addressed even before a wily tornado hit Highlands Ranch this summer. Please continue the work you started last year in advocating for the passage of the bond and mill levy initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Squire. Lydia Hayes, Steve Murray, followed by Brad Geiger.
Good evening, Board Directors and Superintendent Kane. I appreciate the opportunity to address you tonight. My name is Lydia Hayes, and I've been in the district 20 years, and all my years have been at Iron Horse Elementary, where I'm currently teaching 4th grade. IHE is a wonderful neighborhood school, and we're doing great things there. I am so honored to be at IHE. I'm also a proud member of the Douglas County Federation, and Lucy is an amazing human, a well-loved teacher, and a positive leader for DCF. Today was our first day of school, and the first day of school tired is a very special kind of tired. I could not get enough caffeine in my system. I even have my little Starbucks earrings on. I am physically spent, exhausted emotionally, and mentally drained, and I'm ready for my PJs and a big bag of Salt and Vinny potato chips. Nonetheless, I'm choosing to be here tonight because placing the bond and MLO initiatives on the November ballot is critical. First and foremost, I want to thank the community, the board, and Superintendent Kane for all the work you have put in already. It really does not go unnoticed. I really also want to give a special thank you to Superintendent Kane for presenting to the staff in person last year on your tour about the bond and MLO, and also addressing these same items again this last week. Your analogy about children and their allowance was so smart and really helpful when it comes to try to understand how we get our funding. It's amazing, and it helped us understand that critical point, and it was very well received by our staff. I recently heard that there were so many new Douglas County teachers that they didn't fit in at Castle View High School auditorium, and some were in overflow rooms. This really made me reflect on how important it is for us to stop the revolving doors and begin to retain these teachers. That can only happen if this district is competitive. I want to speak from my heart. I had back to school night last night, and a third of my class were repeat families that I had the privilege of teaching. And to see them grow up and to hear about how they're doing is amazing. If we keep losing teachers, teachers will not be able to have that wonderful bond. I've gone to legend graduations. My students have gotten married and have children. And so I just am thankful for all the work that you're doing, and I thank you in advance. And I also just want to do a shout out to Shap family. My daughter is at Chaparral, and I'm really proud of those 3 young ladies for coming up here. I don't know them, but go Wolverines.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Steve Murray, Brad Geiger, followed by Christy Gilstrap. Mr. Murray.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I was invited some 8 months ago to participate in the work on the MBEC committee. I don't have any school-age kids left in the county. They've all graduated. They're still in the area. I'm a retired executive in the residential real estate industry, 46 years. Been in Colorado for 33 years. Until I participated in the work of the committee, I had no earthly idea how schools are financed and how underfunded this school district is. And as the members of the committee and some of the board who I've met with know, I'm outraged by this county's inability, failure, or refusal to fund these schools and the teachers properly. So I have pledged to the committee and pledging now to this board. I will just say that every business guy I've talked to over the last 6 months also knew nothing about the situation. Several of them said it's not a problem, it's a crisis. I second that. It's a crisis, not a problem. And so I would urge this board to put those on the ballot this fall. And there's a lot of us business guys now aware of the circumstance, pledge ourselves doing everything we can to get that passed. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Brad Geiger, Krista Gilstrap, followed by Jason Hurd. Mr. Geiger.
Good evening. It's wonderful to see you again. I think by my count, this is the 6th or 7th time I've addressed the Board of Education about funding. So you know my opinions. Douglas County does a good job of educating the great majority of our students, but that bar is too low. We should do a great job of educating all of our students, and that's simply not possible in the current funding environment. We are not providing a great education for all of our students when a single parent has to figure out how to get their second grader to school on the weeks we don't run buses. We are not providing a great education to our special education children when we pay our educational assistants less than they can make working at a coffee shop. We are not providing a great education for the children in Crystal Valley or the Canyons when their fourth graders are being educated in trailers. We are not providing a great education in Sterling Ranch when we are busing second and third graders 25 minutes across Santa Fe because we haven't built them a school. Neighborhood schools are what create a great environment for all of our kids. Well-paid teachers are what create a great environment for all of our kids. Bus drivers, nutrition specialists, school psychologists, educational assistants are all being underpaid. Now, that's not this board's fault. It's a matter of years of neglect. I was here in 2018 when we passed the bond and mill, but we all know that was insufficient. I was part of those decisions, and I regret now not asking for more, but the time has come. I'm not telling you anything I haven't told you before, and I'm not telling you anything that you haven't told me you know in private conversations and public discussions. I am telling you because you need to continue to be the leaders to present this. You are the elected officials. Your administration has done a spectacular job presenting this. They've put together all the information. It is time for the entire community, led by you, to make the right decision for all of our students to get an excellent education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Geiger. Krista Gilstrap, Jason Hurd, followed by Jennifer Iverson. Ms. Gilstrap.
Hi there. Good evening. Thank you for allowing for me to speak tonight. I wanted to come here tonight to speak in favor of putting an MLO and bond on the ballot this November. I also wanted to provide you an update on the campaign committee Invest in DCSD's progress. As you are well aware, last year we got a late start and a short runway. We were playing catch up the whole time. We were underfunded, under-resourced the entirety of the 2022 campaign. But despite this, we came within 0.5% of passing the MLO. Well, I'm happy to report that this year, not only did we not lose momentum, but we have gained it. We are seeing this community come together to support our schools. We have already raised almost as much money this year as we did the entire campaign last year. We also have seen our volunteer base grow with new people signing up all the time. We have identified key players that are giving us a leg up, as well as receiving key endorsements. We are excited and hopeful about our chances of getting these measures across the finish line for our teachers and students. We would love to have everyone partner with us. Assuming you all decide to vote to move forward tonight and place an MLO and bond on the ballot this November, we would like to invite everyone to our kickoff party this Sunday, August 13th from 2 to 5 p.m. at Rhyolite Park in Crystal Valley. We will have free food and want to celebrate and appreciate our teachers, staff, and volunteers. DCSD would not be the same without these people. You will also be able to learn more about the campaign and how to get involved, so we hope to see everyone there, and please bring a friend. You can find more information about our campaign, sign up to volunteer, or donate on our website at investinDCSD.com or email us at investinDCSD@gmail.com. You can also find us on Facebook and Instagram. We are ready and excited to support this effort, and I am asking that you please vote to place both the MLO and the bond on the ballot this November. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gilstrap. Jason Hurd, Jennifer Iverson, followed by Sandra Brownrigg. Mr. Hurd.
Good evening, Board of Directors, Superintendent Kane. I'm from New England, so I'll keep this to the point, as with my culture is usually very much to the point. I would also like to give Douglas County a big thank you for the supreme education that my two daughters have received. One will be off to engineering school in a couple of weeks, thanks to a great charter school and also Thunder Ridge High School. And my youngest is just starting high school, and it's been wonderful. I'm here in support of 5A and 5B, And having said that, it's been a very difficult year with massive tax increases. I don't think I've seen my tax bill, but I expect it to be about 50% larger than it was the year before. Nevertheless, consider this. My wife is an experienced teacher's aide and earns $3 an hour less than entry-level McDonald's and Walmart employees. Is anyone okay with school staff earning less than retail and fast food employees? I think that says it all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Jennifer Iverson, Sandra Brownrigg, followed by Marissa Harmon. Ms. Iverson.
Good evening. I am a DUGCO taxpayer who does not have a child enrolled in DCSD. I wholeheartedly support a bond and MLO. Why would I continue to vote for more taxes for schools my kids don't attend? As a concerned resident, I believe that a community thrives when we invest in education. A strong educational foundation impacts us all, whether we have children in the system or not. I am passionate about the bond and MLO because they're not just about funds needed for infrastructure or facilities. They address the heart and soul of education, each and every student. Our educators deserve the tools that professional development provides. It's absolutely vital, especially for our principals and general education teachers and staff. We expect these experts to be the front lines of our children's education, and it shows respect for their professionalism when we provide them with the essential resources they deserve. Areas that desperately require targeted intervention are special education and how to address racism. Each and every student, regardless of their skin shade, abilities, or challenges, deserves an equal shot at success. Yet how can we expect our teachers to offer the best support if they aren't familiar with best practices in biases, barriers, special education law, or science-based curriculum tailored for these students? It's not about giving staff more to do. It's about equipping them with the right tools to do their job effectively. Supporting the bond and MLO means investing in professional development that gives DCSD educators a deeper understanding of these crucial areas. This isn't just about academic excellence, it's about inclusivity, understanding, and forging a community that prioritizes every child's potential. In conclusion, while it may be perceived that I do not have a direct stake in this district, I absolutely do. We all do. I believe we all share a collective responsibility for the future of this community.
15
Supporting
seconds
the
remaining.
DCSD bond and MLO is a step towards ensuring that each child, each teacher, and by extension, our entire community thrives. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson. Sandra Brownrigg, Marissa Harmon, followed by Catherine Lees.
All right. Hello, Board. Fiduciary responsibility is a legal and ethical duty that requires a person to act in the best interest of another party. You, as school board directors and as superintendent, serve first as trustees for our children, followed by the interest of parents, school employees, and taxpayers. You also reflect the community's diverse beliefs and convictions, and that's your job. My job is much easier. I'm here tonight simply to advocate for funding. And I've been here so many times before, like a couple other people, I can quote chapter and verse on the financial needs. That's not what I'm here for. I went to the Legacy campus today, and I saw hundreds of teenagers who were excited about their first day of school. I'm 60, I've never seen that in my entire life. I saw parents who were talking to their kids about the programs. It was amazing. And I saw Rex Core and his staff whose eyes were lit up because the building they'd worked on for months had kids in it. And I loved that. That is what DCSD is for me. That is why I have volunteered in this district for all these years. It is not about political strife. It is not about disagreements about fundamental issues that you have to talk about. It is about saying that every teacher, every principal, every staff member I know is underpaid and overworked, and they love our kids. And they deserve that MLO. And our parent community deserves to get up on Monday and know that they have a bus driver. And our parent community also deserves to have those elementary schools with teachers who come here and stay here, so that the principals have a culture of continuity. And we can build that culture so the kids know, if I'm a first grader and my brother is a third grader, which teachers you want. And you make your lifelong friends. And I'll close with this. I went to a wedding over the weekend.
15 seconds remaining.
And it was one of my son's friends who played football with him in high school. It's not just the kids who grow up in a community when you have neighborhood schools. It's also the parents. We keep our friends too. So think about us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Brownrigg. Marissa Harmon, Catherine Lees, followed by Kelly Mayer. Ms. Harmon.
Good evening, members of the Douglas County School District Board of Education and Superintendent Kane. My name is Marissa Harmon, and I'm here as a proud mother of two bright and curious girls attending Douglas County Schools. I'm a business owner, and I'm also honored to serve on Lone Tree City Council. Last year, Lone Tree City Council unanimously supported a formal resolution for 5A and 5B. While Lone Tree City Council has not formally taken a position yet, we anticipate unanimous support for market rate pay for teachers, improved schools facilities, and the opportunity to compete with our regional neighbors for staff and teachers. My two daughters each have very different needs. One of my children with an IEP, attending two different elementary schools in our district. I am grateful for the teachers and staff who have built strong relationships and trust with them. From bus drivers to front office staff, gym teachers to food and nutrition staff, classroom teachers to educational assistants. Your presence in our children's lives matters. These educators play such a critical role in our children's lives now and in the future. I could not even begin to imagine what normal school days would be like without them. However, I know this could be a scenario that we are all facing if we do not find a way to pay our teachers a salary that is competitive with neighboring school districts. After all, investing in our teachers and our staff means making an investment in our students, our community, and our future. I know it's not just teachers who are impacted by non-competitive salaries. Many parents are receiving notifications about rolling blackouts for bus routes throughout the districts. Parents in Lone Tree have already reached out to me asking how they're going to get their children to school. It's a difficult hurdle to face for many working families in our community. Driver shortages and properly maintained buses are amongst a few of the challenges we hope to no longer face when the capital needed for these improvements arrives. I also know how much more our students can achieve when we invest in our schools. I had the honor and pleasure of attending two ribbon cuttings this last week, one at Legacy Campus, the other at Venture Academy for Leadership and Entrepreneurship, or VAIL. These cutting-edge campuses hold tremendous promise for our students and their lives after high school. However, I know in order to fully reach our district's potential, we must come together to support our students and our future. I would like to conclude with this. I will be supporting the Douglas County School District and its efforts to secure additional local funding should an MLO bond measure be placed on the ballot in November. I hope others will come together and join us in supporting our district and our educators here in our home of Douglas County. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon. Catherine Lees, Kelly Mayer, followed by Valerie Thompson. Ms. Lees.
Good evening, Directors and Superintendent Kane. My name is Kathy Lees. I'm a 30-year resident of Douglas County, and my youngest started her senior year at Eagle Academy today. There were tears on one person's part. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of myself. However, as a member of the Long Range Planning Committee for the last 5 years, I have an in-depth understanding of the capital needs of the district. I'm here today to strongly advocate for the approval of the bond for the Douglas County School District. While board members may change and administrations may evolve, this bond's passage will impact each and every student attending the Douglas County schools for generations. Investing in our schools now continues to strengthen our district well into the future. Underfunding our schools and facilities can lead to a cycle of deferred maintenance and neglect, affecting schools' condition and compromising our students' safety and learning environment. Over time, this neglect can escalate into more significant problems, costing us even more resources. For well over a decade, DCSD has not invested in a new neighborhood school, even with 15% growth of school-aged children. Our failure to pass a bond to build 3 new schools will have negative impacts on students with long car rides, compromised safety, and learning conditions utilizing portables. Growth and decline are natural parts of the community, and I appreciate that the district is addressing these issues directly. A lack of funding will severely impact the district and community's ability to address these problems, creating less than optimal solutions. Our older communities deserve the opportunity to address changing demographics in school facilities creatively, and they cannot do that without funding. Together, we can build a legacy that benefits our entire community and the future generations of students. I urge each of you to vote in favor of the bond and invest in DCSD. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lees. Kelly Mayer, Valerie Thompson, followed by Michael Burmeister. Ms. Mayer.
Good evening, Superintendent Kane and Board Directors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kelly Mayer. I am a longtime resident of Highlands Ranch and mom of many current and former DCSD students. I am here to voice my support for the MLO and bond. After decades, we have only passed one MLO and bond. We are starving our schools, which starves our students and our teachers. We are way behind surrounding districts in teacher pay. However, without transparency and trust, it will be hard to get it passed. We desperately need this funding. We need to support each and every student. I implore you to put egos aside and come together in support of the MLO and bond. I know that the community is tired of the district having to pay out lawsuits for not meeting students' needs. Please do better. Racism in DCSD has to be addressed. Passing an MLO and bond will support each and every student and each and every teacher. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayer. Valerie Thompson, Michael Burmeister, followed by Jim Peros. Ms. Thompson.
Hi, good evening, directors. What a strong start to public comment. The students did such an amazing job. I'm speaking tonight in support of adding the MLO and bond to the ballot this November. I had the pleasure of serving with the Mill Bond Exploratory Committee again this spring, and I do want to recap some of our findings just to reemphasize it, and I also want to reemphasize my support for our recommendation that not only are putting these measures on the ballot feasible, but absolutely necessary. I also would like to thank Director Williams and Director Weiniger for serving as liaisons on this committee. You guys were active participants, and I have a lot of faith that when it comes to funding, you guys heard the community and you heard staff. So we surveyed over 1,260 staff from the neighborhood and charter schools, your board committees, and also our school SACs and PTOs. And so some takeaways I want to share with you. Your board committees and SAC and PTOs, so your community, stated that the most pressing needs of the district are 1, teacher and staff pay, and 2, retaining and recruiting staff. The surveys also showed us that district staff are experiencing negative outcomes because of inadequate pay, resulting in financial hardship, peers leaving the district, low morale, staff shortages, and retention issues for our veteran staff. So voting yes on the MLO and bond tells our district staff that you value them, and it also shows that you care about the equity of access to education for all students. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Michael Burmeister, Jim Peros, followed by Joe Robinson. Mr. Burmeister.
Board members, good evening. It's good to see you again. Mr. Page, congratulations, sir. I'm here to advocate on behalf of the MLO and bond. I think at this point, we all pretty much understand that it's got to be on the ballot. I would like to address something, though. I think we need to very directly address the real taxpayer concern over rising taxes, because that's going to be our biggest obstacle in passing this MLO and bond, and we've got to do that. There is no question about it. I would like the board and the various organs to please consider affirmatively showing that the MLO amount is the minimum necessary in order to fix corrections and to bring DCSD up to a baseline standard. We can no longer be the lowest paid jurisdiction in the state. We need to directly address our long-term impacts of our debt service and the tax cost of the MLO. We need to show that these costs are in fact negligible when you take into account the benefits that are going to be accrued not only by the schools, not only by the students, but long-term by the taxpayers and the community itself. An excellent school system is what brings investment and new companies and high tech into the community. This is what we need to do. And to get that kind of thing, we have got to get this MLO and bond measure on the ballot, and we have got to pass it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Burmeister. Jim Peros, Joe Robinson, followed by George Brockler. Mr. Peros.
Get that up. Good evening, Superintendent Kane and valued members of our Board of Education. My name is Jim Peros. I reside in Castle Pines. I'm the parent of a daughter in middle school back there at Rocky Heights Middle School, which is a DCSD school, as you know. I'm also an active business and community leader in Douglas County. I'm here to speak in favor of having the bond and mill levy measures on the ballot this November. As a fiscal conservative, I'm usually against anything that looks like a tax. However, I value these measures way above my personal financial and political beliefs. This is about our children, our educators, and our community. Douglas County is an amazing place to live, and you need only ask a real estate agent what is the number one reason people want to move to a specific area. It's usually the schools. Over the last several years, we've seen our neighboring school districts pass bond and mill levies over and over and over to make sure they can provide great educations for their kids, keep property values high, and make their communities a desired place to live. Yet we've struggled in that area here in Douglas County. Our teachers are making tens of thousands of dollars less than teachers make in our neighboring school districts. That's not okay. We have and will start to lose more great teachers because they can no longer afford to work in our district. As this happens, our kids' education will suffer. We will see test scores drop. People will start pulling their kids out of the district, and our school district's ratings will start to plummet. Then you will see property values follow suit. Businesses will stop wanting to come to our county, and so on and so on. It paints a very bleak picture. This isn't just doom and gloom. These are provable facts that have happened all around the country to communities that decided supporting their school districts were not a priority. And even with this incredible school board that is filled with love and passion for our kids' education and the best superintendent in the country, in my opinion, we won't be able to stop the decline if we can't afford great teachers and great schools. As it is right now, teachers are having to make tough decisions like whether to stay in Douglas County School District with the district they love with all their heart, or buy a home, or get married, or have kids. A lot of the teachers I know have second jobs. So please, I ask this board to vote in favor of having these measures on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peros. Joe Robinson, George Brockler, followed by Matthew Solek. Is Mr. Robinson here? We have Mr. Robinson, then Mr. Brockler, then Mr. Solek.
We'll do a duet? No, I'm kidding. I think I hijacked your spot here.
Good evening, board members. It's good to be in front of you again. My name is Joe Robinson, and I think I know most of you. I've lived in Douglas County for 7 years. And of those 7 years, I have served on district committees for 6 of the 7, and so actively involved. I've been in education all my life, and although I don't have any students directly in Douglas County, we do have 4 grandchildren that are enrolled in Douglas County, so it is critical to me also. Again, I would like to take this opportunity to express my support for the override, mill levy override, and the bond proposal. It's obvious from the information that has been submitted by the district that our teachers are well underpaid compared to other surrounding districts. And again, we've seen it, we're hearing it, and we also know that if we don't get that corrected, we're going to lose more teachers, sports staff, and administrators. And so it's critical that we get this corrected as soon as possible. Since I have served on the last 2 mill bond exploratory committees and presently serving on the mill bond oversight committee, I've had the opportunity to do visitations in a lot of the schools through both of those committees. Especially the last visits have been with the Vail, the new Vail campus, and the new Legacy campus. And I think Rex probably thinks I'm an employee at the Legacy campus. I've been there so many times. But again, seeing those two campuses come up from zero to the construction to what they are today with the students enrolled and what is happening is a super positive response to what a bond issue can do. And again, it's about administrators and teachers and what they can do for students. I'm also impressed with the improvements that have made to the career tech programs throughout the district in the high schools, again, made possible by the bond issue. So I'm here tonight just to urge the board to vote positive on both the bond and the bill levy override tonight. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. George Brockler, Matthew Solak, followed by Deanna Simpson. Now we will have Mr. Brockler.
That failure to follow instructions thing has haunted me since I was in school. Good evening, board. My name is George Brockler. I'm here really to talk to you about two things. One is a father and one is a guy who had the honor to represent us in criminal courts for a few years. Now, I've been in this county for 27 years, since I was 8. I have 4 kids that have made it through public schools here, and we started in charter. We've done K through 5 at Platte River Academy, and then we went on to Rocky Heights and Rock Canyon. I've got I can't believe a kid that's going to start up at CSU next week. I've got a daughter who's finishing up at George Washington University. I've got a sophomore at Rock Canyon and an 8th grader at Rocky Heights, and I demand to know what the hell happened to my summer, because 10 minutes ago it was the end of May, and now I'm wrestling over a glue stick at the Walmart to get ready for school. I can't tell you the math behind this, and I'm a conservative, by the way. I'm not a guy who's inclined to say, oh, taxes, yes, please, more of those. I'm a huge advocate for fiscal conservatism, but I will tell you what I've observed. What I've observed as a parent is every single year at these great schools with these great teachers, I'm saying goodbye to one or more of them, not because they're leaving the profession, not because they're leaving the country or the state, but because they're leaving this county to go right up the road to another school that I don't live in and my kids don't go to school in, and that's got to stop. The other thing is, I know that some of this money is going to go to help us to put the right people in some of those buildings for safety issues, and as the guy who handled some of the cases here that you can all remember, I will tell you, in my opinion, one of the great deterrents to these murderous cowards is the physical presence of someone that can do something about the decisions that they make. And when we haven't had them obvious, when we haven't had them present, worse things happen. And I'm sorry that we have to be in a community that even addresses those things, but I got to deal with reality because my kids are doing the same drills your kids are doing to begin the school year, and that sucks. But this mill levy override, this is the thing that will ensure, one, that my kids continue to get the best education that they possibly can in the state of Colorado in public schools. And I want to make sure that my property still matters 10 or 15, give me another 30, 10 or, objection, 10 or 15 years from now, and that is only because we'll maintain these awesome schools. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brockler. Matthew Solak, Diana Simpson, followed by Steve Colella. Mr. Solak.
Thank you. I'm a teacher at Legend High School, a DCSD parent, and a proud member of the Teachers Union. Today at Legend, we had a teacher quit and go to Cherry Creek. Today. Tomorrow, his students will not have a teacher, and we need to scramble to cover his classes. And who knows when we will get a qualified teacher in the classroom for those students. I can tell you we have lost some great educators to Cherry Creek this past year. This is the state of our district, folks. We need this bond and mill to give our students the great education they deserve. I, for one, will be out pounding the pavement, knocking on doors, phone banking, painting cars, organizing, and donating my hard-earned money for this cause. I will do my part, but I hope you do your part. First of all, I hope you will encourage your supporters to vote yes on the bond and mill. You should encourage the Douglas County Republicans to publicly support these two measures. You should also get public support from the Douglas County Commissioners. For the future of our system, We need all hands on deck, and we need them to shout out loud how much we need this. I also hope you will write the ballot language tight and narrow to help with issues of trust and accountability. I see you have started with publishing the new compensation schedule that would be implemented if the MLO passes. That helps hold you accountable for using the funds for teacher compensation. You should do a similar thing with the bond. Last time we passed a bond, there was a clear tiered system for what the funds would be used for. I see a list of items in Appendix B of how each school would benefit. This is great, but a tiered approach is clearer and allows the community to not only know exactly what to expect, but to also hold you accountable for how the funds are spent. So having the support of the local GOP, the Board of Commissioners, and your supporters, and having clear ballot language with clear expectations will help me convince the people I talk to vote yes on these two measures. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Solak. Diana Simpson, Steve Colella, followed by Katie Barrett. Ms. Simpson.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Superintendent Kane and staff. If the board would allow, I'd like to give my time to Ms. Simpson.
Thanks, Steve.
Good evening. Thank you, board members and Superintendent Kane, for allowing us to speak this evening. My name is Diana Simpson. I've grown up in Douglas County. I graduated from Ponderosa. This is my 28th year teaching and working in the district, and I'm the proud principal at Ben Franklin Academy. Tonight, I have the honor of speaking in behalf of the Alliance of the Douglas County Charter Schools. We, the undersigned, strongly encourage you to place a mill and bond on the ballot in November. We are a premier district. Whether charter or neighborhood school, we have great kids, incredible families, and a dedicated group of professionals that work with our kids every day. Douglas County residents have a unique set of really good public school choices. Like DSCD, charter schools work hard to effectively and efficiently use taxpayer dollars for our kids and families. And like DCSD, we are finding it increasingly difficult to compete with districts close by when it comes to salaries and benefits solely because of the huge funding gap between us. A successful mill election will help fill part of the gap. Short and long term, we strongly believe that paying more competitively will help us retain and attract great professionals for our kids. Longer term, that incredible school choice that we all benefit from now will become harder and harder to sustain without more competitive funding. We also believe that all of us would benefit from a growing district. A growing district is one indicator of a healthy district. Healthy districts attract families, and in Douglas County, those parents will want to take advantage of our many great school choices for the sake of their kids. We know there are headwinds. There always are. Just as true as it is that we are a premier district that has to better compete with our neighbors' funding levels. We cannot put that off, and we and our communities are willing to support the mill and bond however we can. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm representing Erin McMillan, principal of Academy Charter School, Bethany Merkling, principal World Compass Academy, Lynn Ann Kovaleski, executive director STEM School Highlands Ranch, Steve Colella, executive director of Schools American Academy, Phil Malfino, principal Parker Performing Arts School, Liz Dugan, executive director Challenge to Excellence Charter School, Jason Edwards, heads of schools, Colorado Lehman Classical Academy, Heather O'Mara, CEO and founder Hope Online Learning Academy Co-op, Bob Barber, principal Aspen View Academy, Kendra Hosfeld, principal North Star Academy, Stacy Bush, principal Global Village Academy, and Diana Simpson, principal Ben Franklin Academy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. Katie Barrett, Dr. Rex Kaur, and then Peter Mosby.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Kane. The passage of the MLO bond is of utmost importance, as we've heard tonight. The specific language assuring voters that the money will be spent as advertised, and more importantly, as the law dictates. I hope this message is received by community members who don't trust the word of the school board. Let's examine why this community trust is diminished. The lack of trust, along with misguided and misinformation on the part of the county's GOP, really hurt the election last year for the bond. I encourage you to reach out to people like George Brockler, who is indeed a GOP leader, and get their help so we can pass this and get the word out. When I went to a MLO board meeting, the GOP members that were there said, "We will never support something like this." And it was incredibly disheartening. We need a comprehensive plan to educate GOP leaders and to enlighten them as to the importance of paying teachers commensurate with other metro school districts. The other thing is we need new schools, Sterling Ranch, Crystal Valley, and there's a third one that I'm sorry I can't remember, plus repairing some of our older schools. We haven't built a school in Douglas County since 2010. Look at the growth that's been happening. It's just unbelievable. The trust issue is a little easier to understand. I heard innumerable community members comment that they don't trust the board to do what they say. The basis for this lack of trust, I believe it's directly related to Mr. Peterson and his acolytes, misuse of district funds. This has deepened community mistrust. The one action that could elevate the MLO chances is for Mr. Peterson to resign. For the sake of Dougco School District, please remove yourself. To serve the whole is more honorable than the one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barrett. Dr. Rex Kaur, Peter Mosby, followed by Mike German. Dr. Kaur.
Good evening, directors. My name is Rex Kaur. I'm a longtime resident of Parker. I'm a parent of 2 young men coming up through Douglas County schools. And my wife Becky and I have a combined 31 years of experience in Douglas County School District as teachers and administrators, which is really hard to believe because she still looks 26. Currently, I'm honored to serve as the director of the new DCSD Legacy Campus. I'm here this evening to first encourage the Board of Education to vote to place the MLO and bond initiatives on the ballot for November of this year. As a parent and educator, I know that there is no more vital resource for my son's education than the retention of highly qualified educators. And while positive climate and culture are essential to a thriving district, culture, no matter how positive, cannot span the gap of a $19,000 deficit in average salary. As the principal of Castleview High School, I lost too many rock star teachers to neighboring districts. The MLO will serve to narrow that gap. And as you know, our teachers, our counselors, our bus drivers, our EAs, our people are worth it. I'm also here to say thank you. Thank you to this board for your unanimous support of our career and technical education programs at Legacy. Thank you to this board for the unanimous decision to purchase the former Wildlife Experience building at Lincoln and Peoria. We welcomed students on the Legacy campus today for registration and check-in, and as Ms. Brownrigg mentioned, the excitement in our building was palpable. Our first classes begin tomorrow. The energy and enthusiasm today completely overrode the frustration of standing in a long line for a parking permit. Lastly, I want to invite our community to come to see the opportunities that we have built for the students at Legacy. The promises that were made in 2018 were kept. A portion of the 2023 bond would expand our program offerings. It would make possible the addition of trades programs, big build construction, HVAC, electrical, and advanced manufacturing, among others. Sign up for a tour at legacycampus.org. I'm happy to show you that we are doing the right work for the students of Douglas County, and by passing the 2023 bond, we will do even more. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kaur. Peter Mosby, Mike German, and then Julie Crawford. Mr. Mosby.
Good evening, President Peterson, members of the board, Superintendent Kane. My name is Peter Mosby, and I am honored to serve as the principal of Rockridge Elementary, entering my 10th year. And I'd like to take a moment of your time to share a story about a teacher at my school. In the not-so-distant past of the 2019 school year, we welcomed a promising new teacher to Rockridge, a proud graduate of CSU and my alma mater, go Rammies. This educator's commitment to her craft has been nothing short of inspiring. She demonstrated extraordinary dedication by pursuing her master's degree in reading, a journey made possible with the district's tuition assistance. Additionally, she completed the district Orton-Gillingham training, as well as embraced the tenets of the International Baccalaureate program, solidifying her as an exemplary educator respected by peers and adored by students. Yet amid these achievements lies a bittersweet truth, one that resonates deeply within our educational community. The cost of living in our beloved Castle Rock area has forced this exceptional teacher to seek a teaching position in another school district, miles away from where her heart truly belongs. This narrative is not hers alone. It echoes across our region. Passionate and talented educators find themselves navigating the complex intersection of dedication and financial reality, often leading them away from the communities they yearn to serve. I share this with you because I believe that the mill levy bond presents an opportunity for transformation. It's our chance to address this pressing issue and ensure that our educators don't just survive, but thrive within the communities they uplift. By passing the mill levy bond, we make a resounding statement of support for our teachers. We acknowledge the vital role they play in shaping the minds of our future generations. This is more than a financial measure. This is a testament to our commitment to educational excellence. It's a commitment to attracting and retaining remarkable educators who pour their hearts into their work, inspiring young minds and preparing them for the future. Thank you for understanding this important issue and for your unwavering dedication to the future of education in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosby. Mike German, followed by Julie Crawford, and then we will move online with Tiffany Baker. Mr. German.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Directors, Superintendent Kane. Mike German, I'm a resident in Parker, and we moved here about 2 years ago. I'm also a father of a young kid in Cimarron Middle School. My wife is a social worker at Legend High School, and my dog is a therapy dog at Legend as well. So we're pretty dialed into this whole community here. I'm also serving as representative of the Parker Chamber of Commerce and specifically the Government Affairs Committee, who is in strong support of placing this bond MLO initiative on the ballot in November. As a business owner, if we want to draw more employers to the area, we need strong schools. Increased property taxes do not mean more money for schools. It just means the state of Colorado is going to contribute less. Starting teacher pay, we know, we've heard of it, is roughly $45,000 in Douglas County, the average being $58,000, the lowest in the metro area. We moved back here, lived in Highlands Ranch in the past, moved back here 2 years ago, specifically for Douglas County. And my wife, with over 20 years of experience, took a $20,000 pay cut. It's pretty odd, given that we're the 9th richest county in the US, as others have shared before me. We've heard already, there's high turnover in the schools. Just today, the individual mentioning, even in a Legend High School today, it is too much. And it impacts all of us, the kids, but also the business owners as well. We have to focus on getting this bond initiative passed, as we've heard from everyone here. In a nutshell here, the teachers need this, the students need this, and really Douglas County needs this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. German. Julie Crawford, then we will move online with Tiffany Baker and Alona Comerford.
Hello. Dear members of Douglas County School Board, Superintendent Kane, myself, Julie Crawford, a very proud principal of an amazing elementary school, and over 68 principals signed a letter, and we'd like to read it to you. We are writing a letter expressing our strong support of ballot measures 5A and B. As concerned members of the community and proud principals within DCSD, we want to express our immense pride in the outstanding achievements and accolades that our district has received, from the number of John Irwin School of Excellence Awards to being recognized by the governor for exceptional growth. It is evident that DCSD is committed to providing a quality education for 63,000 students. The motto, "Learn today and lead tomorrow," is shown in our collective commitment to prepare our students for success. However, to continue delivering on this promise, we must unite as a community and take decisive action today. The passage of ballot measures 5A and 5B is critical to ensuring the continued success of our district. The additional funding will have a direct and positive impact on several crucial aspects of our system. Firstly, it will enable DCSD to provide competitive pay for our exceptional teachers and staff. Retaining these dedicated educators is essential. Secondly, the funds will be utilized to update and repair our school buildings, creating safe and efficient and quality learning environments. Investing in our school infrastructure is a testament to our commitment to the well-being of our students. Furthermore, the measures will facilitate the construction of 3 new neighborhood elementary schools and the expansion of 2 existing middle schools. This will help reduce overcrowding and ensure that we can effectively plan for the future growth in our district. As principals within this district, we have faced immense challenges this summer regarding teacher retention and staff hiring. The decrease in the applicant pool and the scarcity of qualified candidates have been deeply concerning. Simply put, it is not that we have unqualified applicants, it is that we have 0 applicants. For many open positions, we must act urgently to address these issues and remain competitive with neighboring districts. Douglas County is renowned for its exceptional community resources, including rec centers, libraries, clean streets, exceptional parks. Not only can we not compete with our neighboring districts, but we can't even compete with our own community. It is vital that our schools continue to uphold this standard of excellence. For that, we rely on the support of our community and the passage of these measures. In conclusion, we urge all members of the community and the Board of Education to come together and lead today by supporting ballot measures 5A and 5B. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford. We will now have Tiffany Baker, Alona Comerford, and Heather N. all online. Is Ms. Baker online?
She is, sir.
Hi. How much has Investment DCSD raised towards the cost of planning for MLO bond ballot measures in 2023? We know they raised around $58,000 to $62,000 last year, but far more has already been spent by staff this year consulting with PacWest Solutions. In fact, over $158,000 has been spent, including $32,000 on a focus group with just 21 participants. Then there was the opinion poll in June, which cost $41,000, where only 400 community members were surveyed. PacWest gave so much data that they were repeating themselves during presentations, saying things like, quote, "There's nothing that we don't already know here, and these mirror exactly very closely to what we saw in the actual phone survey and the additional research and analysis that has been done." Similar data was shared by PacWest across surveys and forums, yet staff continued to pour money into PacWest Solutions. How much of the money used for the planning phase was taxpayer funded? Why has staff continued to purchase additional services with PacWest when they never even addressed the top issue of politics, being concerned in our community? No actionable feedback was offered by PacWest to the board on the topic of politics impacting our school district relating to MLO and bond. Here the board is discussing whether or not to put these funding measures on election ballot, while spending during the planning process has not been openly communicated with the larger community. Has this board learned nothing about the importance of transparency and accountability? Another concern to community members will be property tax increases. The Douglas County GOP tweeted, "At the May Executive Committee, the Douglas County Republican Party passed a resolution to oppose all DCSD mill bond increases for the 2023 cycle." Politics and wasteful spending aside, I personally think the board should vote to put at least the MLO on the ballot tonight so staff can see that the district leaders support them. Allow voters to decide whether these measures should pass in November. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. We now have Alona Comerford, Heather N., followed by Amit Gupta.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Alona Comerford, and I'm a resident of Sterling Ranch. I'm here today to ask you to put only 5A on the ballot and say 5B until later, specifically until you are able to finish a conversation with Highlands Ranch about access capacity in their schools, because frankly, that conversation directly ties into 5B. Eliminating this access capacity will not only allow the district to run more efficiently, but also will put real dollars back into DCSD budget that you then will be able to allocate to other initiatives, like some of the things that you have listed on 5B. Also, I'd like to remind everyone that at least one of the new schools that is part of 5B had a very real opportunity to be funded outside of taxpayer dollars via a charter school that was ready to go and ready to take this financial obligation upon itself. That would be $75 million that the taxpayers would not have to fund for. That school was stopped in its tracks because this board was not clear on how the finances would work. So you guys need to sit down and develop a clear set of standards and expectation that would get you the information you need to feel confident about the financial aspect of charters opening up and expanding. Without those clear guidelines, charters are submitting what they believe you need, which may be different from what you actually need. As the district, we cannot afford wasting opportunities like this at taxpayers' expense. To drive this one home, if DCSD were to find 3 charter schools willing to open up or expand in new communities, that would take away $226 million out of $484 million that you're asking in 5B. That's almost half that can potentially be paid by someone else. And let's be honest here, these new communities will need more than 1 school each. Sterling Ranch alone is projected to need 5 schools, meaning that allowing charters to build 1 or even 2 schools does not take away from these communities having neighborhood schools in the future when we have more clarity about Highlands Ranch situation and when economic conditions improve. Plus, you already asked the community to fund for this project last year, and the answer was no. Just because you can be asking every year does not mean that you should be. Asking again for the same thing will only frustrate people because it will demonstrate that you're not listening to what the community is telling you. And honestly, you should not have to be reminded that 4 of you are sitting here today because your predecessors were not paying attention to what the community was telling them. Please don't make the same mistake.
15 seconds remaining.
Obviously, 5A is urgent, as teachers and staff are the ones who make this district great, so it needs to go on the ballot. And to be honest, I think you'll have almost guaranteed chance of success with 5A if it goes alone. Don't jeopardize it by talking 5B for good measure. Be smart, show us that community voice matters, focus on what's important, and go get the money for our teachers and staff by placing 5A only on the ballot.
Thank you, Ms. Comerford. Heather N. Admit Gupta, followed by Shannon Engelmeyer.
Heather N. is not online, sir.
Okay, we will move to Amit Gupta.
Good evening, Board of Directors and Superintendent Kane. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a 2-year resident of Douglas County. I generally support 5A. I strongly support putting it on the ballot, and I have no opinion yet about the bond measure. I think it's very important to have very good teachers and for very good teachers to be able to live and thrive within the district. So for that reason, I believe the problem that 5A is looking to address is an important one. I am a data and numbers guy, not an anecdotes guy, so I like to dig into that kind of stuff. I ask questions like, with the pay competitiveness, why now? What's different now? Indeed, in 2008, Douglas County was somewhere in the middle of the pack compared to peer districts such as Denver, Boulder Valley, Cherry Creek, Littleton, and Jefferson County. In 2021, it was last amongst those other 5 by quite a bit. Over that time, average teacher salary has grown less than 1% a year in current dollars. In real terms, inflation adjusted, that means the average salaries have collapsed. So the pay competitiveness is a real problem, and it is a real problem, especially now. The numbers that the board is asking for, or the district is asking for, 66 million, is that number, I ask questions like, is that number the right number? Again, I believe it is the amount allocated to district salaries of that 66 would be 45.6 million. That is 7.6% of what was spent on salaries and benefits in 2022. And that's roughly the amount that the proposal aims to increase teacher salaries by. So it's not asking for too much or too little to solve the problem. So I think it's quite reasonable. Another question I ask myself is, well, maybe DCSD is profligate and spending elsewhere and really just needs to move money around from other wasteful spending into salaries and benefits for teachers and other staff. Again, the data says no, that's not the case. In 2007, amongst these peer districts, DCSD actually spent
15
the
seconds
most
remaining.
per pupil. In 2021, it now spends the least per pupil. So I've compiled a bunch of data from the Colorado Department of Education statistics at bit.ly/DCSD-2023-MLO, bit.ly/DCSD-2023-MLO. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Shannon Engelmeyer, followed by Ann Fisher.
Good evening, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Board Directors and Superintendent Kane. My name is Shannon Engelmeyer, and I'm speaking as a member of the Douglas County Federation and as a teacher in the Douglas County School District. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm excited to support a bond and MLO initiative on the ballot this year because I am so happy teaching at Castleview High School, and I want to continue my career here. Unfortunately, as a young and newlywed teacher looking to start a family and purchase a home, I must admit that the competitive pay that everyone has been discussing in the surrounding school districts is very appealing. While I love Castleview, I want to teach and students want to learn in an environment where veteran teachers stay, where teachers build relationships with students and their families, and where students can rely on seeing trusted adults every day for more than just a year or two, and my dog agrees. In order to have that stability, teachers must be compensated better than what DCSD is doing now. I know several colleagues already who have left to teach in neighboring districts where they are immediately getting a higher salary with predictable raises and are able to plan for their futures. Teachers in Douglas County deserve that stability as well, and students deserve the stability of their teachers. Thank you for pursuing the bond and MLO initiative this year.
Thank you, Ms. Engelmeyer. Our last speaker this evening will be Ann Fisher.
Okay, wonderful. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay, great. Good evening, board directors and Superintendent Kane. My name is Ann Burke. I just recently got married, and I'm a fifth grade teacher at Fox Creek Elementary School and a proud member of the Douglas County Federation, the teachers union. I apologize for not being able to attend this meeting in person. My husband and I are moving on Thursday, and as we are unable to afford rent in Douglas County, and we needed some more time to pack. But regardless, I was so excited to meet my new students today as it was the first day of school and begin what I know will be an amazing year in my classroom. Today was so joyful and was a great reminder of why I truly love this job so much. I chose to speak tonight for a very important reason and to urge to urge you to support the MLO and bond initiative, as many other speakers have been here tonight. I know you're well aware of the Douglas County's I know you're well aware of Douglas County's teacher retention problem. There are several new, truly wonderful educators just hired at my school, and I would love for them to stay in our building. Our students deserve the consistency of having a network of experienced teachers. They're here doing a phenomenal job, and now we need to give them a reason to stay in Douglas County instead of moving to a neighboring district that will pay them more. Supporting the MLO and bond initiative will show our hundreds of new educators that their district values and appreciates them. I promise that I am not copying Shannon Engelmeyer by saying this, but as a newlywed who has had to contemplate moving to another district to be able to afford starting a new family, we can't just say that the MLO and bond are important to us. We must actually put action behind that. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you in advance for supporting educators like us.
Thank you, Ms. Burke. That's the end of public comment this evening. We'll just call it 6:45 and we will reconvene at 7 o'clock. Board of Education will come back into session. We are now on item number 9, adoption of consent agenda, staff recommendations detailed in agenda items number 10 and 11. Do I have a motion concerning the consent agenda?
Move to approve consent agenda items 10 and 11.
Second. Susan.
Sorry, motion by Ray, second by Meek. Without discussion, I will take the roll. Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Page?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weininger?
Aye.
Passed 7-0. Adoption of the joint motion agenda. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approve the minutes of the June 20, 2023 special board meeting and the June 20, 2023 regular board meeting, June 27, 2023 special board meeting, and the July 31st, 2023 board retreat as presented. Do we have a motion regarding approval of minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Williams, second by Ray. I will now call the roll. Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Page?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weininger?
Aye.
Passed by a vote of 7-0. Moving into study action items, item number 13, the staff bond mill levy override recommendation recap. We have a 45-minute presentation followed by 30-minute Q&A. Superintendent Kane.
My staff is going to come out here and join me so that they can jump in once in a while and help answer questions. So, all right. Well, thank you for listening to our recommendation again tonight. I will do the best I can to recap it, but I also know that there's been some additional information added, so I will be as expedient as I can while making sure that our public understands why we're asking for what we're asking for. Okay, so we are going to talk about the funding challenges and our specific impacts. All right, so I know you all know this, but of course, as property taxes go up and we pay more into the school district, how much the school district receives from the state goes down proportionately. The analogy that I shared with staff when they returned to schools was actually a little different than my buckets. It was allowance. So when my 3 kids were little, we used to give them $10 a week each in allowance. I am perpetually known for not having cash. I am still perpetually known for not having cash. And so they would come to me first and I would give them whatever I had. So in the first week, I might give them each $3 and then they would go to dad and dad would give them the other $7. And then maybe the next week, I'm able to give them each $6, so twice as much. And they go to dad, and dad gives them $4. Either way, they have $10. That is how our funding works. So I'm the local property tax payers, my husband is the state, and the kids are the school district. No matter how much local property tax payers give, the state just gives proportionately less so that the kids still end up with $10. Unless you ask grandma. So we will talk about how a mill levy override is a little bit different from just our regular property taxes. Okay, so this is comparative revenue across school districts, and the black outline represents what the School Finance Act has determined each school district receives per student. And then you can see the local share versus state share, so mom and dad, in those various black boxes. You can see that we more or less receive the same amount from the state of Colorado with some variation. It is mill levy overrides that differentiate us from each other. We are allowed to ask for up to 25% in additional revenue through a mill levy override, and many of our neighboring districts have done that, as have we. I've had the question that I actually have on these slides from taxpayers who have said, well, if we approve a mill levy override, doesn't that just mean that the state gives you less and you still don't have money? A mill levy override, very much as the term implies, is over and above, and it's an override of that black box. So we do keep the mill levy override in Douglas County School District, and it directly benefits our kids. So you can see the difference in our local mill levy override from our neighbors is 2,072. I also, per student, that's 2,072 per student difference. We receive $2,000 less per student, which is a $130 million funding gap between us and our neighbors. I often get asked why we are comparing ourselves to Cherry Creek, and actually, I think public comment pretty much said it all. While some of our citizens don't believe we should be comparing ourselves to Cherry Creek or that we compete with Cherry Creek, we absolutely compete with Cherry Creek in terms of the employment market. They are right on the other side of our border. We've also been asked, how did we get here? And this is how we got here. So you can see these are mill levy overrides passed over time by various school districts. On the left is 2009, and while we were the lowest per student in mill levy override funding, you can see that we were all pretty close together and we were able to pay more or less competitively. One of our public commenters pointed out how our average teacher salary has fallen off over time compared to our neighbors, and this is exactly why. So over time, as our neighbors passed mill levy override after mill levy override, their funding per student continued to increase. We thankfully passed one 5 years ago and were able to increase somewhat, but we are still absolutely the lowest. And of course, we are navigating a changing landscape in terms of property taxes. My staff and I all received our property tax assessments, as I'm sure our board did and our community members. We know our property taxes are about to go up. We are also aware of Proposition HH and its potential presence on the ballot. These are two of the questions that I've received most often, just for the board's information, from community members. As you know, we sent a letter to many of our taxpayers in Douglas County to communicate with them how funding actually works for our school district and where their taxpayer dollars, how their taxpayer dollars are applied to our kids. And these are the two questions that I got the most in many, many responses from the community. One was does an MLO cause a state to pay less? And it does not. And the second was, won't the state apply savings from the higher local taxes to increase overall funding from K-12? Because while our kids still have $10, no matter which wallet it's coming from, mine or my husband's, if my husband is saving money because I'm putting more money in the kids' allowance than he is, then maybe he could use that money to give everybody a raise in their allowance. And that is the question that we get asked a lot. If the state is benefiting from our higher property taxes, they have to contribute less. They're benefiting. If they took that benefit and spread it over K-12, wouldn't that do the trick? And it really, really wouldn't, because what it would do, it would make those black boxes bigger, which is great. That means our teachers will make more, and that is amazing. And Cherry Creek's teachers will make more, and Littleton's teachers will make more, and we will still be $20,000 apart from our neighbors. Okay, so I've been asked, I was asked in a media interview recently, Superintendent Kane, would you classify the need as urgent? Is it a crisis? Is it upcoming, pending? And my response was, in 2022, it was urgent. And we have definitely reached critical. Even though I am painfully aware, my whole staff is painfully aware of how many teachers are leaving our district for money reasons, still was gut-wrenching to hear public comment tonight and to hear that discussion and seeing that play out in our buildings. So I want to show you how this impact has gone from urgent in 2022 to critical in 2023. And I'll let you extrapolate and draw your own lines into what kind of pathway that puts us on. In fall of 22, this time of year, we were down 59 teachers, and importantly, 31 of those were specialized service professionals, including mental health counselors, social workers, special education teachers, and SLPs. This fall, we are down about the same amount of teachers, and we're down 38 of those special service providers. Those folks are really hard. You can't just get a substitute teacher to be able to replace really any of our teachers, of course, but those who are serving IEPs are really tricky. Last fall, we were down 98 EAs. This fall, we are down 155 EAs. Our EAs support all of our kids. Our EA4s are especially important to support our students with special needs. Last fall, this time last year, we were down 75 bus drivers, and we are now down 104 bus drivers. So those are some pretty sobering numbers. We've also seen offers being declined. This did not used to be a thing in Douglas County. We would make an offer to a teacher who applied and really wants to work in one of our schools and has gone through the whole interview process, and they get to the offer, but they also are looking at offers from other places. We had a 30% decline rate this time last year. We currently have a 44% decline rate. Our candidate pool, we have 70 active candidates for the 52 open teaching positions. 35 of those positions have 0 or just 1 candidate. So this is a very, very serious impact on our system. And what does that actually look like? What does it actually play out to? Well, we're having to increase our usage of contractors, especially in the area of special needs, but also in the area of transportation and many other areas. We are having to use online third parties for special education services. We know from COVID and just in general, this is not ideal at all for our students with special needs. We've had to increase the use of substitute teachers. This means an increased workload for our employees. When you're down a teacher, that means all the other teachers are trying to pick up the slack left behind. And of course, it has meant rolling blackouts for our students who we are trying to transport to school. And that's an impact on families and kids across our entire district that is heartbreaking. So what are the shifting sentiments looking like? We've been educating our community for 18 months now. What does that shifting sentiment look like? Well, in terms of voters, as you know from a poll that was done after those property tax assessments came out, our support for 5A is stronger than it was in March, and support for 5B has stayed the same. Most importantly, the distance between yes votes and no votes remains pretty strong. In terms of DCSD staff, 34% of our staff, our teachers, reported engaging in this advocacy outside of their school life in 2022. This time, 82% say they want to be involved because this is impacting their colleagues and them and our entire district. Our business community, I think you heard from public comment that our business community is really starting to understand how it works. Our Parker Chamber of Commerce has been working really hard to educate businesses throughout Parker, and our other chambers have been incredibly supportive. And then, of course, we've had the great privilege of having support from our town and cities. You heard some of that in public comment today, and I'm sure that support will continue. Okay, so what is staff's recommendation given this landscape and our funding challenges? Here is a summary of what we're recommending. $66 million mill levy override to pay teachers and staff more competitively and to increase security support for our schools. A $484 million bond to expand career and technical education, safety and security, and ensure safe and adequate learning environments for our students and staff that are not overcrowded. This is something that is different from 2022 for a lot of reasons, because of the expansion of assessed valuations and the number of homeowners in our district continues to expand. The net impact of those two initiatives together would be an additional $200 a year for $1 million house. So $200 a year for $1 million house. All right, so the mill levy override recommendation is $60 million for competitive compensation and $6 million for enhanced security staffing. One of our public commenters quoted this $45.6 million, saying that's all that would be allocated to district salaries. And that's true, that's what would be allocated to the employees of Douglas County School District. but 14.4 million will go to our charter schools so that they can pay their teachers more as well. So that full 60 million will go to compensation for teachers and staff in our district at our district-run schools, as well as our district-authorized charters. And then security is also, that is a $6 million ask, 4.6 for the district and 1.4 for our charters. And just for our public out there, we share our mill levy override with our charter schools proportionately. So we divide the whole thing per student. And then the charter schools get the proportion of the mill levy override based on the students in their school. Since about 24% of our Douglas County kids attend our charter schools, about 24% of the money would go to those teachers and staff, and they have the same needs that the district does. For the school district, compensation changes. Our teachers would receive an average of about 9%. It's actually a little over 9%. We have published salary schedules, so there is absolutely no question about how much salaries would be increased. There is a minimum of 7% for our regular employees and 3.5% for our post-retirement 110 employees, because we really need them too, especially now. Our support staff will be receiving a 9% increase. Everyone else would receive a 7% increase. The increases would be retroactive to July 1st. Because if it passes in November, then the collection, we collect for the whole year. So the increases would be able to be retroactive to July 1st. And our charter schools each have their own compensation plan. So it may not look exactly like this, but it will look something like this for our charter schools as well. And this just gives you some examples. So our teacher starting pay this year is $45,209. Our competitors are all over $50,000. $45,209 is really, really hard. If we were to pass a mill levy override in November, our starting teacher salary would be able to be $50,000. And the starting teachers that we're currently paying $45,209 because they did actually take a job with us. I actually met a kindergarten teacher in one of our elementary schools this morning. This is her very first year teaching. And so that $45,209 would become $50,000 for her if the mill levy override were to pass. And you can kind of see comparisons across the board here. And then the $6 million safety and security support. So I want to talk about what that will cover. We are planning to get additional school resource officers should the mill levy override pass. We've already talked to our local jurisdictions about this so that we could increase school resource officer support to fill in gaps and increase coverage across our districts. Our campus security specialists, we currently have campus security specialists at our high schools and our middle schools. 5 in each high school, 2 in each middle school. We would like to add a campus security specialist to each of our elementary schools. So you can see the job description if you click there. Our campus security specialists do an amazing job in our schools. And then we would want an annual security equipment allowance to be able to not have to wait for a bond to do things like update cameras or out-of-date radios or other things that need to be updated and upgraded from time to time. And actually, I'm going to pre-answer a question on safety and security. I have been asked, would this mean arming additional personnel in our schools? It would not. Our school resource officers continue to be armed law enforcement officers. We've had them in our schools for a number of years now, and it's been incredibly successful. Here in our school district, we also have district patrol, who are our armed staff. We don't have very many, but some of them are here tonight, and they patrol. They help fill in for our school resource officers where necessary, but none of our school-based personnel are. Okay, some important mill levy override notes. We have put a resolution in front of the board for your consideration that would codify the compensation changes in the event that the mill levy override passed. So in other words, if the mill levy override passed, there would be no need for an additional vote. Those compensation schedules would automatically go into effect, at least as quickly as we can make that happen on staff side, along with all the other compensation changes. Let's see. We are going to communicate with employees if the board votes to put these ballot initiatives on the ballot. Just to be entirely transparent to our school district employees, they will each receive an individual statement telling them what their specific comp change would be if 5A passed. And the reason we're doing that is the last thing you want to do is overpromise and underdeliver. We want to make sure that our staff has full transparency into what the resolution that the board, assuming it passes, would mean for them individually. Okay, and then of course compensation changes tie up the mill levy override going forward because we have to pay that new salary forever. All right. An overview of the bond recommendation. So these are all the areas for which the bond would cover. I covered all of the details last time. Those are in the appendix for our public, and certainly if the board wants me to go back through that, you can ask me about that during Q&A. But just to give you an overview, safety and security. So this is to continue to invest in our infrastructure. In terms of, hardening our buildings and our making sure all of our equipment is the latest and greatest and all of those things. Career and technical education, Dr. Kaur spoke tonight about the new pathways that we would be able to put in place at Legacy Campus. It would also allow us to put an auto shop somewhere in Highlands Ranch. We do not currently have an auto shop available in Highlands Ranch, and that's something that there is a big demand for. Capital renewal and replacement. This is the really boring taking care of the buildings, but they absolutely need to be taken care of. And you heard some of our staff and our students, weren't they amazing? Our students talk to these needs tonight. And I do want to make the public aware that we have those changes laid out in the bond plan, including their prices as part of the resolution so that it's really, really clear where the dollars are going and how we calculated to get to that 484. Neighborhood school construction, we would be looking at a school in our school desert areas in Douglas County. So these are areas in Douglas County where we have significantly large communities with no access directly to a neighborhood school. And the ones that are the most on fire are Sterling Ranch, the Canyons, and Crystal Valley. They would all receive an elementary school. And then we would expand Mesa Middle School and Sierra Middle School in order to be able to accommodate the growth that we are seeing. We would invest $17 million in special education in the infrastructure for programming, vehicles, et cetera. Information technology would be a refresh across our district. We have 63,000 devices or more throughout our school district. Athletics and activities, actually you heard the girls talk about the track at Chaparral High School being dangerous because it's worn down so much. So on the athletics side, a lot of this is replacing those old tracks that are now causing injuries in those old surfaces. We also are looking at our theaters, which have broken seats, broken curtains, et cetera. And then the remaining 27 is contingency management and fees. The fees part is a very, very small portion of the bond. So I have had some people say 27 million in fees. That's not true. A contingency is 16 million. We have to hire folks to help us manage all the work that comes from a $484 million bond. So that's included in here as well. But the actual fees is less than 0.2% of the 484. So that's less than 0.2%. Okay, and then our impact on our taxpayers. So again, the combined impact, if both 5A and 5B were to be successful at the ballot, would be $20 million, excuse me, let me try that again, not $20 million, scratch that. $20 a year for every 100,000 in home value. So that's $200 a year for $1 million home. And I keep saying a year because I have people come back and say 200 a month is a lot. No, 200 a year for $1 million home is the impact, the potential impact on taxpayers. I want to give you a little bit of history of taxes in our district. Are we taxing our taxpayers more? Are we taxing them less than we have over the years with specific to bonds and mill levy overrides? So this shows historic mills. The red line is the number of mills we've had to do to get our mill levy override. As a reminder, our mill levy overrides are fixed dollar amounts. So we have to set the mills every year to whatever it needs to be to collect that fixed dollar amount, which means the impact of every mill diminishes over time the more homeowners are sharing that burden. So you can see the mills for the mill levy override, and then you can also see the mills for the bond, and that jump up. The jump up in the mill levy override kind of between 2018 and 2019 is, of course, that 2018 mill levy override that was passed. And you can see our bond, so that represents our debt payments, have been diminishing over time. So the yellow line is the number of mills that we have charged our taxpayers that have been taxpayer approved from 1998 all the way to 2024. This also gives a little history of new school construction. Our schools in Douglas County and across the state, schools are built using local taxpayer bond initiatives. And so this gives, at least for the last 25 years, you can see which bond all of our existing schools came from. So the voters passed a bond in 1987, 97, that built a handful of schools in Highlands Ranch and in the Meadows, et cetera, all the way to, I've got November 23 proposed listed down there, so you can see what that covers in terms of schools. But I thought it was interesting to give our taxpayers a sense of how the schools that we have came into being. They all came into being because of a bond election. I included a column that says years since last bond. So that's years since the last successful bond. So you can see 97, 2000, 2003, 2006. So for years, we passed a bond every 3 to 4 years, generally every 3 years, in order to continue to build for our growing district. And then we went 12 years without any kind of capital construction funding. So the November 18 bond had to go to capital maintenance for all of those buildings that we built, and now we have to make sure we maintain. And because we went 12 years without any kind of capital funding, it was a real challenge for our district, and it still is. And then, of course, if November 23 were to pass, it would have been 5 years since our last successful bond. Okay, and then we have ballot language. So per the input of the Board of Education at the last meeting, we have made some updates to the ballot language. We accommodated the input from the board as best as we possibly could while remaining within the confines of what we have to put in ballot language. So there's not a lot of room here for wordsmithing. The ballot, the mill levy override, shall Douglas County School District taxes be increased $66 million annually, commencing in collection year 2024, and remain at this amount each year thereafter in order to increase salaries of the teachers and staff of the district to be more competitive, and increase and maintain school security support, such as school resource officers. And then, et cetera. This is language that has to be in there. And then, of course, there's a mention of the Citizens Oversight Committee, which is, of course, your MBOC. A few things about this language. This is really tight. Some of the feedback that we've received from last year and even just prior years is that ballot language tends to be really wordy. And so we try to keep it as clear and concise as possible. And this doesn't say for general fund purposes, including. This lists in order to do these 2 bullets. And so these 2 bullets are what you do. And of course, if the board passes a resolution, the compensation resolution, there is 0 wiggle room because it's a done deal. The bond ballot language, likewise, there's actually a significant change to the bond ballot language. The bond all by itself, which is the appendix lists the details of how the taxes would change should the initiatives pass, should they not pass, one at a time. The bond by itself will actually cause a decrease. Even with the new debt payment, our taxpayers will still see a slight decrease in what the impact is to our taxpayers. We can't say that, but we were able to get to having, without any expected increase in the district's current debt service mill levy, shall taxes be increased to allow the district to have more debt. So many other districts have done this and been able to lead with this language. So we feel like that will be, that's pretty clear to taxpayers. And then let's see, other changes. Again, it's just very, very concise. And you will see there is a reference to the district bond plan. So when you look at the resolution for this ballot language, it actually has attached to it the part of the district bond MLO plan that pertains to the bond. So the specific expenses that are included in the bond, including all of the little projects by school, et cetera, those are all part of the resolution. And again, that locks you in. In the language in those projects, of course, as we've talked about before, there is language about should priorities change because we're supposed to replace a chiller here and then we suddenly lose a chiller over here. There may be some switching in and out of smaller projects based on what comes up over the next 4 years. But the bullets are the same, just much more concise. Safe and adequate learning spaces for students and staff, school safety and security upgrades, expanded career and technical education opportunities for students, and increased capacity in order to reduce overcrowding. Referring to the bond plan, let us take a lot of the blah, blah, blah out of this because the bond plan is so specific. And then this paragraph has to be there, and then, of course, the oversight committee. So the bond language, this is significantly shorter than it was in 2022. Okay, so what's next? So again, to summarize the proposal, $66 million mill levy override, $484 million bond with a net impact to taxpayers of an additional $200 per year for $1 million home based on what they pay today. Next steps, we would ask the board to consider the proposed mill levy override and bond plan. So we publish a mill levy override and bond plan on our website that very specifically lays out the compensation changes in a format that our taxpayers and our public can very easily read. So we would ask the board to formally approve that. And then the resolution to place the mill levy override on the ballot, the resolution to place the bond on the ballot. The bonds resolution again includes the bond portion of that plan so that you're really kind of locked into all of those items. And then the last one is a compensation resolution. So should the mill levy override pass, the compensation changes that we will be emailing out to our staff would automatically take place. We certainly recommend that in the event of a successful election that you would want to maintain your mill bond oversight committee. And of course, once you take a vote and decide to put it on the ballot, staff has to step back and really very carefully stick with education and facts and not advocacy. So you heard a lot of advocacy from me in this presentation, but we will have to step back and we have training for all of our employees and our principals on kind of what that looks like. It doesn't mean they can't talk at all. It just means on school time with school resources, they can't say vote yes, but they certainly can share facts about funding and facts about what the mill levy override and bond would get. And the second note is that in 2023, the cost to put it on the ballot is actually very minimal because we're already running a board of directors election, and that dollar per voter, you only have to pay that once. So we don't have to pay it for each. So we're paying that already for the board directors. So the additional cost to put a mill levy override and bond on top of the board directors, we estimate to be about $40,000. That's basically the length of the ballot questions. as well as we have to pay for a portion of the Tabor guide that goes out. And I just want to share a couple of quotes from our teachers on my last chance for advocacy here. This teacher is one of our English teachers at Mountain Vista, Shannon Vance, and actually she and I were able to present together recently at Windcrest when we went to talk to the citizens at Windcrest about how funding works. And she is so dynamic and amazing. And here's her quote: "I've been a loyal DCSD teacher since I moved to Colorado in 2011. If not for my husband's job, I would not be able to live on my own without a second job to pay my bills." And this is Kathy Watson from Pioneer Elementary, and that's her sweet daughter. "I'm doing everything I can to stay in DCSD, but the cost of living for a single mom makes it incredibly challenging." These stories are throughout our district. You heard them at public comment. And it's true, again, of our teachers, and it's true of many of our employees across our entire district. So with that, I would be happy, with the help of my team, to take your questions. And thank you for your attention.
Okay, board, we've got 35 minutes allotted for questions. Directors. And I'll go ahead and lead off. If you would put up slide 5, please.
Oops. It would be slide 5.
Of
Hang
course.
on. Yeah. Sorry, I'll just,
So it's just the buckets, which I guess is now transferring to the allowance slide.
we'll still call them the buckets.
Right. So just to be clear, because I've got this question a lot at the fair last weekend, manning the booth, and from other people, they wonder why the black lines, the school finance authorized dollars, are different. And it's due to different demographic makeup, free and reduced price lunch, individual students on individual education programs and things like that. But to your point, if the MLO passes, and I know the answer, is the gray block at the top, the MLO dollars, which are local tax dollars that stay local to fund education, will that equal all the other gray blocks over there?
That is a great question, President Peterson. Our little black box up there would increase about $1,000 a student. So this overcomes about half of our gap with our neighbors. And I'm really glad you brought that up, because I back to the overpromise, underdeliver problem. We want to make sure we don't do that. I really need to make sure that our taxpayers understand that the mill levy override that you all are considering would get us about halfway on that gap. Now, as one of our public commenters pointed out, we do have a much leaner operation here in Douglas County than many of our neighbors, so we can overcome some of the remaining gap with efficiency. But there will still be a gap. We will not be in the middle, but we won't be quite so crazy far underneath. As mentioned, our starting salary would go to $50,000. I believe that's what, I have another slide right after this. The starting salary at Littleton, I think it's Littleton, is the same as what ours would be if the mill levy override passes. So it would definitely get us, I don't know where it went, but it would definitely get us to being more competitive, so.
Yeah, and if we can.
Yes.
We led off the entire evening tonight with the great video on Readtopia, so the science of reading program as implemented for our students with special needs. I looked at the iReady data, Mr. Reynolds, at the end of the school year, and I noticed that at our critical third grade benchmark, where we know if students do not read at or above grade level at third grade, roughly 75% of those students go on to never read at grade level. And it was remarkable that here in Douglas County, our third grade students at the end of last year, we have 87% of our students reading at or above grade level. If you can just go back to that slide 5 one more time. Yet we have the lowest average teacher pay, the lowest amount of pay. I saw that you took Boulder off there because it was such a ridiculous outlier, over $5,000 of MLO funds. But when we compare the outcomes, education growth, education achievement here in Douglas County, I mean, look at Denver. Denver's getting almost 3 times the amount of MLO funds to have about a third of their students read at grade level. So I'd like to point that out. Last comment, if we can go to slide 6. If we pass the MLO, we will go from roughly $45,000 starting salary, and we will just get over the 50,000 mark. Our average salary today, you can see it on the slide, is 58,000. Today's starting salary in Cherry Creek is 57 to start. You can start in Cherry Creek for $1,000 less than our average. And that is something, as I will quote Stephen Tubbs from last week, that seems pretty cheap here in Douglas County on the part of our folks, and we can do better. So we need to get all those numbers up, in my opinion. And with that, I'll turn it over to other directors. Director Ray.
Yeah. Can we go to the bond question?
The language?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'll be careful because I know it's tight and, but first of all, I just want to say, I love that we're approving or considering the district bond plan. That's just, to me, just makes so much sense. And I think that's the first time we've done that.
It is.
And I just love that concept that we have that, again, that security for our community to say, we approved it, this is what's going to happen. I wondered though, is there ever such thing as a hyperlink in a ballot question? Because I would love for the district bond plan to be hyperlinked so that, you could click on it and you go right to the, all the details that we have. So I just wondered about that.
My answer is no, and hold please for a second.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, URL kind of thing, yeah.
Yes, there is nothing we can do about that, sir.
Well, we were just talking about amongst us, even if we can get it in our blue book somehow, if the URL link or something, if a community member would be so kind to send us a comment to be put into that book that says this is the link that shows that this district has a plan and there's a guarantee that it's going to be spent on the right stuff. But
That's
anyway.
a great suggestion for our community members.
The other question I have, and I know we use, I try to go back and just think of a layman's mentality when I read this. I know we talk about career and tech, we just triple that off our tongue very easily, but I wondered if there's any chance of inserting the word trade in there, because I think to some of our community, trade says something different than just career and tech. And I don't know if that's, I just think that when we go to the Legacy campus and, we hear CNA certification and things like that, to me, that's more of a trade than career and tech. So I'm just, and again, if the answer's still no, I'm good with that. But when I read that, I thought, God, I wish we had that word in there, because I hear so many of our people that are saying, I wish my, child knew how to do basic construction. And I know that we still have a long ways to go to get to that expansion of paths at our Legacy campus, but automotive is a trade. It's not necessarily a tech kind of thing. So anyway.
Well, so my response is, you're the board. So if you all decide you want to put expanded career and technical education opportunities, including trades, or we could do that, but I'm really nervous about wordsmithing on the fly. But again, I think that perhaps on our website and in our literature, we could talk about the trades.
Yeah, and I'm nervous about it too. That's why I'm hesitant.
Yeah.
But I just put it out there to my colleagues here and to your staff, whether or not that's more of an attractive term that might cause our voters to say, you know what, that's what we should be doing for those kiddos that are not college bound.
Yeah, it's a great question. I know we've talked a lot about just how do we make sure that, one, the evolution of vocational education to career technical education and getting folks to understand. I think the thing we're trying to navigate is how do we make sure that career and technical education isn't just trade, but is included of the trades. And so I think what we've been trying to expand are on-ramps and off-ramps around 2-year, 4-year workforce-based components. And what I want to be careful is we'll talk about one aspect of it, but if we can provide some literature really to call that piece out, I think it would be more representative, it would be and/or including trades could be that, but I think we could do that with some of our literature as well.
I definitely wouldn't remove the word career and tech. But just career, trade, and technology even. I mean, just something to merge that word in there, because that trade means something to those people out there that are in the trade business, that are the plumbers, So anyway, I know I'm throwing that out there at the midnight hour, so you can just say, you know what, let's move on, and I'm fine with that too. But I just had to say that, so.
Thank you.
Other directors? Director Meek?
Yeah, maybe just to respond, I mean, one way is expanded trade, comma, career and technical education. That's a short way to do that. I heard Dr. Kaur call it trade, like the new opportunities, and the word was used there. So, I don't know, I can kind of see the appeal to our community understanding, because I do think CTE and career and tech is a little bit jargony for individuals who didn't experience that.
There is certainly no legal reason why you can't do what you're suggesting, Director Ray and Director Meek, saying expand, I'd have to think about exactly what it would say, but expanded trade, comma, career and technical education opportunities. There's no legal reason to not do that, so that is certainly something that is up to you all. My recommendation would be to keep career and technical education, that part together, because it is jargony and it's a term that we use pretty consistently.
Yeah, and just to comment on that, given what is planned for the Phase 2 expansion of Legacy, electrical, HVAC, large construction, it actually would meet the definition of trade in this case, at least in my mind. So for what we would do relative to Legacy with bond money that's in the bond plan, it is in fact very, quote, trade oriented. Go ahead, Director Meek.
Yeah, my other thought, the prior slide, the question for the MLO, is there an opportunity to add language in there to reference the bond resolution? Because it's not, I mean, the MLO or the board resolution is what I was trying to say. I know you'd made a comment earlier, Superintendent Kane, that the compensation resolution, is a done deal, but the thing is that can change. I mean, resolutions can change, and I would hate for people to worry that, the board can reverse a resolution anytime. The language that we put on the ballot cannot be revised or changed. So I like with the bond, we're referencing a document, so that's solid. Is there a way to reference the schedule, so it can't be changed?
Yes, please. I would like to introduce our bond counsel. Kim, thank you for being here.
Sure, thank you. Hi, Kim Crawford with Butler Snow. Thank you for having me tonight. Director Meeks, the difference between the bond and the override is the bond one is referencing a bond plan. There's a little bit of flexibility in the bond plan that says, it can be changed due to contingencies or cost overruns or things that are unknown at this time, but there's a specific list of projects. I would really, really hesitate in a mill-levy override question to reference a specific plan, because in 5 years, that's not going to be your plan. And so you need to have something, this is for salaries, and you are adopting at the same time a plan, and that is your plan currently, but a different board may change it, you're right. But this ballot question is always going to be for salaries and always for security. You can't use it for anything else, but the actual way that you impose the salaries might change in 5 years or 10 years, and this is what nobody wants to hear, but this is a forever ballot question. This is in perpetuity. You're not, there's no sunset for here, which you shouldn't have if you're paying teachers with it, because there's nothing worse than 10 years saying this expired and sorry, But so that was my reason for not
That helps,
recommending that.
thank you. I think that answers the question. It does lead to slide 21, which is the chart. I think it was on slide 21, where yes.
Yes.
The 25 years of history. I think it's kind of confusing that we're showing 23 and 24.
Oh, yes, that is a little confusing. My apologies. Yeah, that is if. That's what it would look like if.
Right, and I think we need to change the slide
I'm happy to
immediately
do
and
that.
not use this slide when we call it history, because people have the
I
impression.
got it. Yes,
Yeah.
my apologies.
Okay. So that's great. And then lastly, I think I have one more question. Slide 20. And I know I brought this up, I have brought it up multiple times. We're always talking about the combined impact. And we know that the MLO is typically much more favorable than the bond. And I think it's disingenuous not to really tell people, like, this is what it looks like. This is the impact if 5A passes alone. This is what the impact looks like if, say, 5B, the combined. But I don't really see that as being promoted as much. And, I mean, I think by passing both, we're actually, the impact is, I don't know how to word this, but is this my answer to my question here? Is it on this slide?
It is. Well, it's on 2 slides. So we have the details all broken out. And so if you look at the bottom paragraph, this is just the mill levy override and the overall impact of the new and existing mill levy override. So if the $66 million were to be passed, combined with our current $74 million mill levy override, the increase that our taxpayers would see just as a result of mill levy override is $24 a year per 100 case. That's $240 a year for a $1 million home. And then for the bond, taxpayers, if it passes, would still save $4 annually per 100K in home value. So those are the 2 different ones. If the bond does not pass, so full transparency, if the bond does not pass, our taxpayers would save $1,150 annually for a $100,000 home. So we do have the details broken out, and they should be broken out on our website.
I think it could be broken out, though, using the wonderful graphics that you use. I feel like this is hidden. Like, this is hard for people to grasp the way it's presented here. I think if it could be presented in a graphic form where people really realize, oh, passing both is actually beneficial rather than just passing 5A. And it feels like the bond isn't receiving the same level of attention. And I just know after our last election, so many people said, I had no idea about, it would have been such a minimal to no cost, right? People don't understand that. And when it's buried together, intuitively, someone would say, well, it's going to cost less if I only vote for 5A, and that's just not the case. And so I think we have to help educate folks that you can vote for both. There's no cost savings really to you if you only vote for 5A.
So just to respond to that, that's not entirely true, because if they vote for 5A and they don't vote for 5B, it actually results in a bigger savings to them than if they do vote for 5B. So it's complicated, right? I mean, there's a lot of complicated details, so we were trying to keep it as simple as we possibly can. We do have a graphic, and we can certainly separate it into 2. But that's why, because if you really are saving more if you don't vote for it, because you would actually be saving $1,150 a year. One thing that is different from 2022 is that the at no expected increase language is now at the very top of the bond question on the ballot.
But most people don't understand 1150, right? It's like, they have an impression that I just think it's buried, and I think for transparency purposes, I think if people really understood just how much they can get with voting for both and the minimal impact that has.
Yeah, and to piggyback on Director Meek's comments, a lot of things I think that was largely understood and still largely understood by our public is there's different ways to set these. And specifically, just to use the simple example of the MLO, you can either ask for a fixed dollar amount, you can set a rate, or you can set a rate and index it. And if we look at Cherry Creek, they're maxed out at 25% and they're indexed to the School Finance Act. So what happened between last year and this year, without any taxpayer approval anywhere, is we went from an $18,000 gap in average salary to a $19,000 gap because the School Finance Act came and lifted all boats. It actually bumped their MLO as well. So we don't set rates here. We're statutorily required to set the rate for our fixed dollar amount. We just ask for fixed dollars because we want to be respectful and good stewards, be respectful of those taxpayers. So if Douglas County increases to grow, because we have such awesome schools and students, then that 66,000 gets shared by more and more and more people, to the point where if next year assessed home values quadruple here in Douglas County, but more people move here, that portion of that $20 per 100,000 value will actually go down and down and down over the years as more people buy here. That is not how it will work in other districts. And I think we did not do a good job collectively as a board and maybe as a district in explaining that even the methodology that we choose to do these things is being respectful of our taxpayers and our citizens. Director Ray, then Director Waniger.
Yeah, I think the question is how to amplify the appeal of the bond, because we know the bond failed worse than the MLO last year. And I think that's the question. And I think, for me, some power language is that every one of our schools will benefit from the bond. Charter, neighbor, whatnot, every single school will have an upgrade because of the bond. And I think that's the kind of messaging I think that we need to amplify. Because I think what happens sometimes, the assumption is the bond just builds new schools. That's kind of the minimalist interpretation of a bond. And I think we need to grow that so that people really see this is for kids. The bond is really for the kids. The MLO's for staff and employees, but the bond is for the kids, because every one of our kids now and generations to come will benefit from being in a safe facility and benefit in a facility that's upgraded, that's conducive for learning. So I think that's the overall question is how do we amplify the bond so that it's just as attractive as taking care of our people.
Director Waniger.
I have some technical questions. If you wouldn't mind going, you're almost on slide 5. Another question that I've gotten is why can't we reduce the local part, the blue part, and just put that into an MLO? Because then the state would just fill in the rest. And I believe the answer is the state sets the blue part, but is that?
That's the answer.
Yep.
Our regular property tax mills are set by the state of Colorado. We have no control whatsoever over that. So one of the things our county has been talking about is having some kind of gathering with municipalities where everybody talks about lowering their mills in order to not impact taxpayers so much. That we don't get to do that. Our mill is set by the state, so we don't get to change that.
Great, thank you. And then another question I just want to confirm, because I'm sure we're going to get questions on it with the transportation changes we've had to make, is there, and I know that they have a union, so are we able to confirm that I think it was 7% for staff, will be for bus drivers too?
Good evening. Yes, so the ATU, should there be a successful mill, we've already discussed that the classified staff, the bus drivers, would get the same increase as the other classified staff. 9%.
Oh, 9%, thank you for correcting me, perfect. And then my last point was just to address, there was an attachment to this board agenda item from the FOC, and I didn't want to leave them out. A memo just with their support for the bond and MLO as well. They even said without additional MLO funding, significant challenges are coming, so they agree that we need to push for this MLO and bond. And then just a couple items on there. There was a bullet point around mill levy limit, and that will be addressed in our resolution.
It's
So we
in-
don't have to, oh, you have more details around that?
Yeah,
Better
it's
than I
in the
do.
ballot question. I feel like I'm going to make everybody sick with all of the running through the slides, so I'm sorry for that. You can see the district collect property tax revenue previously approved by the voters notwithstanding any mill levy limitations.
So that addressed their one bullet point. And then they also recommended that we develop a bond debt policy, which actually the FOC did draft one together, and it will come for a first reading in September with a final vote in November. So that's something that FOC is very proud of. And that's all I had.
Any other directors, comments, questions? Director Ray?
We had a commenter tonight that suggested that we should just put charter schools in these neighborhoods that are in need of schools. And I think that person said you could take off $220 million off the bond plan. Can you speak to that a little bit about why that would not be a good strategy?
Sure, I would be happy to speak to that. The citizen also talked about, the combination of neighborhood schools and charter schools. And we currently have 24% of our kids attend charter schools. We have 18 charter school buildings. And the other 75% choose to attend their neighborhood school. And we have this great portfolio in Douglas County of school choice. However, for every neighborhood, traditionally, their first choice has been their local neighborhood school. Our neighborhood schools, our charter schools fill in a niche, and they specialize in a particular curriculum or a particular philosophy that appeals to many of our families in our district. But a neighborhood school is designed to serve every student in our district, regardless of philosophy or anything else. It's designed to serve every student. The second important point that I would make is that our charter schools, well, there's an exception coming up soon, but at this time, our charter schools do not have center-based programming for our students with significant special needs or our affective needs students, et cetera. So our students that have unique needs or significant needs and require the care and attention in a center-based program, our charter schools do not currently offer that. They do pay for 25% of our center-based programs, so it's not a financial issue, but it is an offering in the building issue, and our neighborhood schools, again, will serve every single child. My personal opinion is that it's really important to have an anchor neighborhood school in each of our school deserts. And then if we are unable to accommodate all future growth with neighborhood schools, charter schools are an option to help us fill in where we can't get, maybe we can't get enough bonds passed to put 4 neighborhood schools in Sterling Ranch, but maybe we can put 3 and have a charter school be the 4th and maintain that wonderful balance of choice that we have in our district. I hope that answered your question, Director Ray.
Beautifully, thank you. And just as a follow-up, I think there's this assumption that a charter can build a school from ground up with no cost. And I would like you to address that as well, if you would.
And Superintendent Kane, in that answer, can you also address the salaries of the charter school teachers as well? Because it's not just attract, retain, and support our staff. The bond money, $1 out of every 4 goes to support our district authorized charter staff. So thank you.
The mill levy override, $1 out of every 4 goes to our district authorized charter schools. That's correct. All right, so financially, how does it work? Do they get a free building? They don't get a free building. Charter schools have a way to enter into debt without the permission of the taxpayers. As a school district, we do not get to enter into debt without the permission of the taxpayers. So a charter school can enter into debt all by themselves. They can make that decision, and they have to pay that debt payment out of their per pupil revenue. That often means that because they're paying a debt payment in addition to trying to operate their school, it often means that their teachers are paid less than our district teachers. So they certainly struggle with competitive salaries. So those buildings are not free. The charter schools are paying payments on that out of taxpayer money.
Director Meek.
And you can confirm for the charter schools, the MLO money must go to compensation. But what does the transparency piece look like for the charters?
What we did last year and we'll do again is asked each of our charters to give us kind of their plan on their compensation, but they're communicating their compensation to their communities. We, of course, receive their budgets and can see the compensation changes year over year so that we know that they're holding up the language within the mill levy override. And you are correct, Director Meek, they are obligated to the same language that we are, and that's fine with them because they have exactly the same struggles. Do you have anything to add to that, CFO Schleissner? Okay. She'll yell at me if I fail a numbers test.
Yeah. Any other director questions, comments?
There's an attachment to the agenda item, funding their future, that document. It's a great document. I'm just wondering how it's going to be used. It's on the board agenda.
Yeah, I'm trying, we put a lot on the board agenda, so I'm trying to remember exactly what document it is. Okay, thank you. Do you remember, Stacy? Oh, it's the plan.
Funding their future.
Okay,
called
it's the
Funding Their
plan. Thank you.
Future
That's the MLO
document.
bond plan that
Right.
you all would approve on the next agenda item that's listed. That's the overall MLO bond plan. So I think that we can bring that up in a minute and just show it to our public and let them know where they can find it. Yeah, go ahead and go into the agenda item for the recommendation. No, not, it's okay. We'll get there. So hit the 8th and then hit what I'm doing right now, which is study action item. Nope, it's okay. Mouse is flying. So hit item 13. And then funding their future is the MLO bond plan. It's the second attachment. Yeah, so this is the MLO bond plan. And this goes through in excruciating detail where all the funding is going. Thank you for highlighting it, Director Meek. It is and will be available on our website because this is the plan. And if you all approve it, this is your approved plan. But it has all the information on how we're funded. Whoa, slow down for 1 second, Mr. Blair. Thank you. It has, so you can see it has the district staff compensation changes, the details of the mill levy override. Now you can scoot down. And the bond, we have all the details of the bond, but most importantly, so I really do appreciate you pointing this out, Director Meek, if you can go to the appendix, so just scroll a whole lot further. Those are the schedules. The schedules are embedded in there. Okay, this is good. There's a list in the appendix by school that shows what each and every school in our district would receive. So Cougar Run Elementary, I'm going to pick on them because they're right here. They would get new boilers. They would get a new intercom system. Their gym system needs an upgrade. So you can see here exactly what each school would receive. Our principals will send this information out by school so that their community knows what their school, to be transparent about what their school's list is in the bond plan. So thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal document, and I think anyone going out and giving presentations, it'd be great to have a printed copy also, just to easily flip to and show people, so.
Yeah. And little nod to our long-range planning committee, the nice companion to this is the master capital plan, because the bond only covers a portion of our needs that's prioritized. And if you want to see the full list of needs, including those that are not covered in the bond plan, you can go right to the master capital plan. Other directors? Any last questions for bond counsel, although we can always get to that when we get to the actual resolutions. All right, thank you, Superintendent Kane.
I would really like to thank my staff for this presentation. While I got to be the one presenting it, this work was done by the entire cabinet team, and they've been amazing. So I just want to really thank them. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move into a series of action items here. The first one is item number 14, consideration of resolution to approve the bond plan. So this is, again, this is the plan itself. This is not the language. Item 15 will be the resolution to place the bond, which will refer to the bond plan, so that's why we're doing it in that order. Next will be item 16, which will be the resolution and the language around mill levy override. And then finally, item 17 would be the advanced step and lane schedules, as was discussed earlier. So just realize we want to stick to the particular item. So the first one, moving to item 14, is consideration of resolution, thank you, Mr. Blair, to approve the bond plan. The recommendation is that the Board of Education consider adopting the resolution to approve the bond plan. Do I have a motion? And then we will have discussion.
I have a question or there's just a couple of typos in here. I don't know if we want to deal with those first.
Yes, certainly we can deal with those if there's typos or if there's proposed changes, absolutely.
Just in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th whereas statement.
The bottom whereas statement, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That's probably a better way to describe it. There's, it says, has carefully considered staff's proposed bond plan and concurs that it is in the best interest of the district and necessary for an investment. I think it should be AN. As opposed to in investment. And then following into the next therefore statement, there's a similar typo with that first sentence, same kind of issue, should be an and instead of an in number 1 after the now therefore be it resolved.
For an investment, the very end of the first line under number 1 resolution.
And then Director Pearson, you brought up master capital plan, and I'm seeing us refer to it in this resolution as district master plan. Are we changing that title for a reason? Was that intentional, or is that just a, so we just need to insert, that's number 2 under the therefore statement. Very last sentence should insert district master capital plan.
And quick question for superintendent and staff. Do you concur with both of the, obviously the 2 typos, but the addition of the word capital before the very last word under number 2, plan?
We do, and I'll tell you what, we looked at this so many times, so we apologize, but after a while, when you look at it long enough, you just don't see things, so thank you.
No worries. So I will move that we approve this. Sorry.
Another couple items.
Sorry.
I wonder if in the first, second, third, whereas, the second line, necessary for an investment to be made. And then I'm wondering if we do want to insert trades in here, if we really are considering emphasizing the trades, so.
Certainly, because it's not legally binding. I mean, it's an approved resolution, but it's nothing by the taxpayers. Echoing the comments earlier, if we just put, this is the third whereas statement, second line, security upgrade, trades, comma, career and technical education, I think that would meet what I heard earlier as an intent from the board, if everyone agrees.
There's about 1, 2, 3 places, I think, Director Peterson, where that would play out.
Same for the fourth whereas statement. And where would be the other one, Director Ray?
The last whereas statement.
Oh, yes, I see it in the 1, 2, 3, fourth line of the final whereas statement.
Well, and actually, and then now therefore be resolved first.
And now therefore it be resolved, the first resolution, second line as well. Group effort by the board. Okay, so we have a bunch of ins changed to ands, cut and paste is alive and well here in DCSD. And we have an insert of the word trades prior to career and technical education opportunities in 4 places. For Assistant Secretary Brockman in the third whereas, the fourth whereas, the 6th and final whereas, and in the first resolution statement. Okay. Any other comments, discussion from directors before we take a motion?
So I would move that we approve this resolution with the edits that we've inserted, as well as inserting the word trade and the word capital into the appropriate places of this resolution.
Do we have a second as stated?
Second.
Sorry, Director Page, you got to be quicker. Director Myers will get the second. Discussion by directors. Director Weidinger.
Sorry, if we're going to be consistent with the trades, did we want to also put that word in the attachment, or did we already mention that and I missed it? On page 3 of this.
So the bond plan attachment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the first sentence in the blue. I mean, I'm not particular, but if you guys think we should.
Yeah,
keep
in
it
this case, I
consistent.
think the board can just indicate its support for the trades here. And in my mind, the bond plan there is just more of a itemization so people can see it.
I'm fine with that, yep.
Other directors? Okay, we have a motion on the table by Ray, a second by Myers. Without further discussion, I will take the roll. Director Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Page?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed as amended, 7-0. Moving into item number 15. Consideration of resolution to place a bond issue on the November 7th ballot. The recommendation is the Board of Education take action on the information presented. So this is the bond language. And with that, we will ask any questions, and then we will entertain resolutions.
Well, I would motion that we would adopt the resolution to put the bond language on the ballot with the insertion of the word trade prior to the word career in the bond question.
All right, so for Assistant Secretary Brockman, under the bond question, under the bullets, the third bullet would read expanded trade, comma, career and technical education, and then as stated. Any other discussion, comments?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Director Ray, a second by Meek to approve the resolution with the one additional word, trade, as stated. Discussion from board members. Yeah, I'll just have one comment. Last year, we went and did the step and lane companion to the mill. And I think that was really to get trust from our district. One of the things that I heard in reaction to the 2018 plan was there was a lot of similar messaging. This is to take care of teachers, this is to take care of staff, but there wasn't a set step and lane schedule as a companion to the MLO. And frankly, in 2018, a lot of our staff got 2.7% raises to our teachers. I think putting in that step and lane last year and then repeating it this year was excellent. I love the addition of the bond plan as a companion to the bond language this year, which we just passed. Because I really think between the two, we're not asking our taxpayers, trust this board. This isn't for this board. I mean, we're going to, 9.2% increase for licensed teachers. This board's going to get a 20% increase. That's a joke. We get paid zero, right? So this isn't for this board. This is for our teachers and staff. And whether you love this board, whether you hate this board, whether you're split, you don't have to trust this board. All the taxpayers have to do is trust themselves, because if they vote for the bond, it's not maybe kind of sort of, they're going to know what they're getting. If they vote for the MLO, they're going to be able to look up and see exactly what the changes are for our staff. So I absolutely love this approach, so I will be very supportive of it. Any other comments or questions on the bond language?
So we're still on the bond, not the MLO language.
No, we are still
Okay,
just
all
on the
right,
bond
all right.
language. We have a motion by yourself,
Okay.
seconded by Director Meek, to approve the resolution as amended with the single word trade as stated. Any other discussion, questions? Seeing none, I will take the roll. Director Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Page?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed as amended, 7-0. Now, Director Ray, we are on the resolution to place the mill levy override issue on the November 7th ballot. Any questions, concern from directors before we take motions? Director Ray.
You were talking about the salary ranges, and so that's why I was thinking we were jumping ahead. But I want to clarify, because I get a little bristled when I hear in 2018, teachers only got a 2%. The 2018 MLO, the purpose of that was to rectify pay gaps. It was very different than this MLO. If we hadn't accomplished the 2018 and accomplished all the craziness in terms of the pay gaps in 2018, we made an adjustment in January after that MLO passed. And then we followed that up with a 3.5% increase across the board for all staff. So I get a little bristly when I hear, well, the 2018 didn't do what it intended to do. It absolutely did. If we had not passed the 2018 and closed those internal pay gaps, we would not be in a position that we are right now to provide a predictable salary range. So I just want to, being the only old guy on the board that was here in 2018, because I hear that come up a lot, where, well, they didn't spend the funds the way they said they would. We absolutely spent every dollar the way we said we would do in 2018. And the reason the compensation looks different is because we had a mess of a compensation system that we had to rectify. Thank goodness it's rectified. Thank goodness we're now ready to be able to put in place very predictable salary schedules. So I just wanted to provide that editorial comment.
Absolutely, and I would comment this entire board, well, maybe not Mr. Page, new to the board, but for going away from the old sliding buckets, listening to staff that clearly indicated they wanted a predictable step and lane, and I absolutely commend Superintendent Kane and everyone on the cabinet of dealing or playing the best hand they could with the cards they were dealt in terms of getting stipends, everything that we could. Unfortunately, a lot of that was paid for with our vacancies, and that is no way to operate the board.
While you're celebrating accolades, Chief Human Resource Officer Ms. Thompson, as well as our compensation director, in 2018, the work that they had to do to resolve the stuff that was out of whack was tremendous. So I would be remiss if we didn't also look at our human resource people and say thank you, because they're the reasons why we're at the point we're at right now.
Okay. Other directors, questions, comments? We are still looking for, if there are no questions or comments on the MLO question, we will entertain motions.
I just saw a small typo, sorry, on the, what number is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth whereas?
Sorry, the fifth?
Yeah, on the first page. I think it's meant to say does not exceed 25%, because then it says 25% in number. And I believe 25 is the correct number, not 20. Okay, yeah. So just have the word say 25, not 20.
25%, the parentheses correct.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I would have said this earlier if I
Excellent.
saw it earlier, but.
Any other comments, questions?
Well, I move that we approve the resolution for placing an MLO initiative on the ballot with the insertion of the word 5 in the fifth whereas statement for 25.
Okay, we have a motion by Director Ray. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by the astute Director Weiniger and her keen editing eyes. Any discussion? Director Williams.
Actually, do you guys mind if I get on a soapbox for just a minute? So I'm just going to speak to the MLO in particular. You know, as a mom, I have personally seen the consequences of our underpaid educators. I have 3 kids who have attended the same school. One great thing about schools is the relationships that parents create with our people that touch our kids daily. My son started school 9 years ago. I became very involved in the school. When my second son started, I was fortunate to know the teachers and continue to build on those already formed relationships. Fast forward to my daughter, who is going into the 3rd grade. This year, there are a total of 0 teachers that are the same between my second child and my third. That is the reality that we're living in right now. In addition, it's no secret I am a conservative. This generally means I don't like or support taxes. However, when there are local tax initiatives, we need to take a harder look. I absolutely recognize the property taxes are a real thing. They are astronomically high and quite difficult to swallow. This year, it is much harder to say yes to taxes for those reasons. But when I look at the consequences of not putting these measures on the ballot, I simply can't look the other direction. Currently, we have a rotating bus schedule, which is only one of our many problems. I would hate to be forced to increase our class sizes, which will ultimately affect our academic excellence. Our teachers are doing more for less, but that is only realistic for so long. That's all.
Thank you, Director Williams. Any other directors? Director Meek.
I didn't prepare any comments about this, but I had the ability to visit schools yesterday. I went a day early. Yesterday, yeah. I actually had conflicts today, so I was able to sit down with many principals and talk to different teachers and watching them set up their classrooms, putting together bookcases. I spent time at Northridge Elementary School seeing the amazing work that's been done where they lost part of their roof due to the tornado. Teachers were still unpacking boxes and getting classrooms set up. And our teachers are the most dedicated teachers. I have had the honor to be associated with this district since 2005 or earlier. I know them, and to see teachers leave our district for other districts is heartbreaking because, as Director Williams said, those relationships are so critical and important. And no matter what the politics of the board is, you know, these bonds outlast boards. The MLOs are going to support our teachers moving forward. And I have lots of conversations with folks who say, but I don't trust. I think the language that we settled on is doing everything possible to try to alleviate that. And this election is about supporting our kids. It's about supporting our teachers, our staff. And in the end, it's supporting our community because the schools are the heart of our communities. Those schools serve our community outside of serving our students. They are centers for outside organizations on the weekends, for athletics on the weekends. And so an investment in our schools is an investment in our community. And I will very happily be supporting this and championing it, and it felt like the right thing to say at this point in time.
Other directors' comments, concerns? Okay, we have a motion on the table to approve the resolution to place a mill levy override issue on the November 7th, 2023 ballot as amended with the word 5 inserted as stated by Director Weiniger. Without further discussion, I will take the roll. Director Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Page?
Aye.
Peterson? Aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Vote 7-0 as amended. And then our last action item for this evening, consideration of a resolution regarding staff compensation should a mill levy override be passed by voters in the November 2023 coordinated election. The recommendation for this item is that the Board of Education approve the resolution as presented. So this, again, from the superintendent's presentation, this would be our 3 new step and lane schedules, general compensation, hard to hire, and specialist compensation schedules that would go automatically into effect without any further board action should the MLO pass in November, and would be retroactive back to July of this year for our staff. And this is not just teachers, this is everything that was briefed in the slides, licensed, non-licensed, even our 110 employees who, if people don't understand what 110s are, they're staff that basically is retired and is coming back and is limited in the number of days they can reteach and also receive para. We have incredible staff that is returned to the district to help bolster and support us. So with that, any questions before we take motions? Director Ray.
I know this doesn't necessarily apply to the salary schedules, but we certainly heard Superintendent Kane that the possible reliance if this doesn't pass on long-term subs and substitute teachers. What are we doing with our substitute pay and perks for substitute teachers? And I don't know that it's necessarily can be included in this, but I just think we sometimes leave them out of the mix.
So actually, substitutes were covered in the last presentation in June, so I'm going to do a quick search for that, and now I will tell you what was on there. If you'll give me just a moment.
And I guess my question is do we see a need to acknowledge that in our resolution? I know it doesn't necessarily tie to a percentage increase, but I feel like that our substitute teachers oftentimes feel like they're left out of our attention, so.
So the reason I needed to look for a moment, Director Ray, is that we have the substitute rates comparison, and our substitute teacher pay is significantly more competitive than any of our other pay. So for example, our substitute teachers make between $150 and $170 a day. That is the identical rate that Littleton Public School has. It is only $10 off of Jeffco, and it's somewhat off of Cherry Creek. So, but to answer your question, our subs this year received a retention stipend if they worked 75%. Well, what we said is if they worked 75% of the days, but we actually cut it off more at like 50 or 60. So we did give our subs a retention stipend. So we have been paying attention to our substitute teachers for sure. And of course, you're welcome to add language to the whereas.
Thank you for that. I'm just always concerned that we have a population of staff that sometimes we don't mention. And it was wonderful tonight that you mentioned just that we will become more reliant on our substitute pool with these unfilled positions. So I don't know that I necessarily see the appropriateness of putting this into the resolution since it doesn't correspond to a percentage increase or salary schedule, but I just felt the need to make sure we're considering all our people that are supporting kids in the classroom, so.
Any other discussion or question from directors before we take a motion? Oh, bless you.
Well, I would go ahead and motion that we approve the resolution regarding compensation changes if a mill levy override is approved by voters on November 7th, 2023.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Williams, initial motion by Ray. Seeing no further conversation, I will take the roll. Director Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye, and I think, I want to say that I know where this is going. This feels really good, being 30 years in the district. As a substitute teacher, having a full-time position at one of our new schools when we came in, when we moved here, Ranch View, and seeing all the building that was going on. My 2 children graduated from this district, and I have 3 grandchildren. My last grandchild is going to kindergarten this year, and my daughter is a teacher in this school district. This is what I think more than us all voting now for the bond and the mill levy is this now if we come and we do our part with action. We're out walking, we're out on the corners holding signs, we're painting our cars, we're going to places, we're talking to people, and we're adamantly supporting it, not only with how we vote tonight, but with how we act, and that we start and we get out there to the community. So I'm an aye.
Director Page.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray.
Yeah, and I would just also just add that Mr. Windsor and I we were in the building at the moment that the principal learned that the teacher that he had just hired was leaving for a better paying job. And so not only did we experience that firsthand, but we saw the principal just feel so defeated in terms of what he was going to do for the sake of children. And so I have that clear vision in my head when I say aye.
Director Williams.
Aye.
Director Weiniger.
Aye.
Passed 7-0. Moving into our final items for this evening, Board of Education reports. First of all, hearty welcome to Director Page, Jason Page, for your first full meeting. And per the handbook, we may actually get out on time tonight. So thank you very much, Director Page, for joining this group. Regular Board of Education meeting is scheduled for the 22nd of August. Agenda planning for the 22nd August meeting is scheduled for this Thursday, the 10th of August at 10:30 a.m. Again, expect some potential changes to public comment for a first reading of policy BEDH as discussed in the retreat. Now that we've had 4 votes tonight in the affirmative on the bond plan, on the bond language, the MLO language, and the updated schedules should the MLO pass, I will just reemphasize what the superintendent said earlier tonight. Some of the rules now change due to those votes. The nice thing is the 7 directors up here have absolutely no restrictions on advocacy. So we can knock as many doors as our knuckles will take. We can walk as many steps. We can address as many councils. We can answer as many emails, and there's nothing to restrict this group of 7 directors from advocating for the bond mill. If you are a member of our staff, however, you are limited to education. Please answer those questions. Please help our public understand the gaps that exist. Please help them understand what will change if an MLO is passed in terms of your individual compensation, what that means to the district. Please help people understand what will be done on the bond and direct them to those great resources, which are almost all, in fact, they are all available on the district website. If you want to join us after hours, not on school time, not using your school email, not on school property, but if you want to join into the, let me plug Ms. Gilstrap, who is still with us, the Invest in DCSD, that is just investinDCSD.com. And again, there is a kickoff ceremony on Sunday, this upcoming weekend at Briarlight Park from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. So that is open to our staff after hours, of course. That is open to any community member. That is open to our business partners, our parents. It's even open to our students if they would like to join us and advocate for this. So all of that is coming up. And last one, the number one myth buster, home assessments do not give us a single extra dollar in PPR, in per pupil revenue. They could quadruple next year, and based on the buckets or the allowance, whatever you prefer, analogy, number one, for anybody that's still listening, regardless of what happens with assessed property values, the district does not get any more money per pupil revenue but for a mill levy override being passed by our taxpayers. We did have a board retreat back on the 31st of July. We discussed a lot of topics there. You can go look on the Board of Education website and click on the 31st July board retreat meeting and see what we discussed. A lot of it was around continued engagement, and I welcome other directors to chime in and give their perspective. But I'm going to take something that Director Ray said from that meeting, and it was the board should not be the face of 5A and 5B. Why, as I just mentioned, we can play an absolute key role in advocacy, but really the face of 5A, 5B needs to be our students. It needs to be our teachers. It needs to be our staff. If you would just, look at the graduations that seemed like they were just yesterday. I don't know what happened to the summer. If you looked at the faces of our students, the parents, the teachers on these first day back to schools, which we all attended, that is the face of 5A, 5B. So again, love this board, hate this board, anywhere in between. You're not giving the board money. We handcuffed ourselves tonight into very specific spending on behalf of our students and ultimately on behalf of the entire community, which is Douglas County. I had the privilege of talking to Denver metro area realtors the other week, and I didn't even have to tell them the link between good schools and property values and what that means. When we go talk to our business partners, they get it. The future of Douglas County is literally sitting in the classrooms today. When we think back to last week, when we opened Legacy Campus, and anyone that noticed Dr. Core tonight, he was in all green. He's got all the Legacy swag. I think he's got a Legacy tattoo if you ask him. I mean, talk about all in on career tech education. And then the very next day, we opened Vail, the Venture Academy of Leadership and Entrepreneurship. They're going to make their own pathways. They're going to be in class Monday through Thursday, and on Friday, they're in internships in Douglas County, immediately giving back. So Superintendent Kane has said that Douglas County School District is the engine of Douglas County. Help us supercharge that engine. We are moving, as was said earlier, we are moving from urgent last year, and we are moving absolutely into crisis phase. Rolling blackouts, losing Cree staff. When I get a lot of letters from the special needs community, we are down 155 EAs. If you look at the bond plan, $4.7 million of that just goes to get new special education school buses, which are not functional. We are mandated by law to provide that transportation. And then let's not even talk about the drivers. The cost of transporting one student, like my daughter who went to this district that has special needs, in this district is $26,000 in transportation costs alone. And we cannot support that community or our talented and gifted or any of our students if we don't support our teachers and staff. And that includes our very valuable SRO and law enforcement partners, because you can't have schools if schools aren't safe. So we're going to take care of that. With that, I'll get off my soapbox, but I'll just remind people again, Riley Park, 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., big kickoff from Invest in DCSD. Wonderful stuff going at Legacy. That bond will go to fund 4 additional programs up there. And then my last comment was on one of my visits back to the schools this morning. I was able to visit with Superintendent Kane, 10 of our great schools. Between all of our directors up here and our wonderful staff, we got out to every school in the district this morning to welcome those folks back. And when I was up at Northridge, Principal Lynch gave me a tour, as I'm sure Director Meek saw, of the damage that was repaired, the roof that had been peeled off, the classrooms that were damaged, and it was 98%, almost perfectly ready for the first day of school. And the architect did incredible things. But here's the story I wanted to tell. Principal Lynch was talking with the contractor that was rebuilding the building, and one of the young contractors kept looking at Principal Lynch, and she kept looking at one of the contractors. And there was something about this guy. Now, he was there every day. He was going above and beyond. They repaired the little shed out back. I mean, they did everything. That school is in beautiful condition. It turns out that one of the contractors, the main one working on the building, was one of her students. So she started crying because she realized she'd been in the district a really long time. And it taught the siblings and the brothers, but this is one of the early students that came through out of that family. And here we have a student that came up through Douglas County School District that when our community needed it and our school community needed it, we have a contractor absolutely giving back, not just to the district, but giving back to all of Highlands Ranch and giving back to the community. And that's all we're asking to do is help us, Douglas County, give back to you, our business partners, our community, our partnerships. And it was a great story. And if you have another chance and you get to talk to Principal Lynch, ask her where all her chickens went, and I'll leave it at that. With that, I turn it over to Director Williams.
Yeah, so first, welcome back. This morning was really awesome. I think we did 8 schools. We didn't quite make the President Peterson 10, but I think we did 8. And I was with Council Klemesh and John Gutierrez and Susan, I'm going to butcher her last name. It's Camberos, thank you. And we hit a ton of schools. We saw energized kids. We saw energized teachers, parents, everybody out there. We saw lots of high fives and even dance parties. So it was really great to see everyone back. So just welcome back, everyone. Excited for a great new year. And then we had LRPC this last week. And now that we have passed the resolution to move forward on MLO bond, Director Myers and Director Meek just consider, I don't know when your next DAC meeting is, but probably, or maybe something to consider would be to ask all the SACs to start making endorsements, just because the earlier we get those in and the quicker we can get those out. So that was the first thing. The second thing was I want to read this correctly. The LRPC will be running special membership drive this fall for the West and East regions. So please look for further communications in the coming weeks if you're interested in serving on that committee. And then last, Superintendent Kane, there is a desire for LRPC to attend the growth and decline meetings when those start happening after, I'm sure, November. So that's it. Thanks.
Okay, we'll start with Director Meek, and we'll give Director Page the honor of going last on his comments. Director Meek.
Sure. All I'll add, the retreat, Director Williams and I will be working to finalize the engagement plan for this school year. So we had a great conversation at the retreat around how to engage with different stakeholder groups. So we'll be working on putting that on the upcoming agenda for us to approve for this year. I was able to attend that Windcrest presentation with Dr. Myers that Superintendent Kane gave. It was very well received. I actually had an opportunity to attend another retirement home recently, and they all came in with their letter that they received from the district. It was really fascinating. They were equipped and they were ready to ask questions. And so I think a lot of the emails and mailings that have gone out have been well received and receiving attention, and gives us a great opportunity to answer those questions with folks. I think, let's see. I missed LRPC last week due to a family emergency. And then I know I raised the issue earlier this evening around the recent lawsuit that was filed. And all that I will end on is that I really am calling on the public just to reach out to your Board of Education members and share your ideas on how we can come together across race and differences to ensure we are safeguarding our children's freedom to learn and to thrive in our schools. It's the board's job to enact policies to ensure students and staff are safe and able to learn and thrive in our schools. It's the superintendent's job to implement those policies and to make sure that staff are equipped to be able to handle situations. And it's our public's job to hold us accountable and to be engaged. And our children need everyone engaged in creating a future that we can be proud of here in Douglas County, and one that just puts kids above politics.
Director Ray.
Yeah, I would just echo the joy of the first day of school, and I had the pleasure of being with Mr. Windsor and his administrative assistant, and just want to thank them. I had a melancholy moment where I just got quiet, because it occurred to me this is my last first day, and I've been doing this for 34 years. I've had 34 years of first day. So I just got melancholy and quiet, but both Mr. Windsor and his administrative assistant were just very kind and let me be in the moment, and I really appreciate that. But yeah, the energy and the joy of the first day of school, there's nothing like it. I also want to just comment on public comment tonight. You know, I was lamenting at our board retreat, just wishing that we would have more ownership from our community, that would really be pleading with us to put this on. And I saw that tonight. The diversity of the people that spoke, when you think about, we heard from seniors, we heard from business leaders, we heard from teachers, we heard from principals, we heard from students. I mean, for me, I was ready to vote after the student said, and this is what, I wrote her quote down, "Funding matters when it comes to a quality education." If we don't respond to that, I don't know what will take us to be able to say that we've got to make sure this happens. And so I was ready to vote after the students, but I just want to commend all our public speakers tonight. We got a widespread of what Douglas County community is all about, and we're just so proud. And I don't know if there's ways that we can take clips of that and really use that as part of our marketing strategies to show that everyone is saying, please get this done for the sake of kids and our staff. But so I just want to rescind my lamenting from the board retreat and say that's what I was waiting for. And so to see that kind of ownership was wonderful. And then the only minor thing, Director Peterson, I do want to remind us, because I know you were talking about the unrestrictedness of the board, but we also have to be cautious. We do have board email, and that's still a district resource. So we have to be careful that we don't use our district email in a manner of campaigning or advocating. So just would caution us about that. We do have at least one restriction, I think, that we need to be wary of, so.
Director Meek, you had a
Yeah,
follow-up
if I can
comment.
jump back in, I meant to ask, are we sending out a do's and don'ts in the very near future? Because I think that's really important for everyone to have.
Yeah, I think I mentioned that during my presentation. We're going to make sure to get that information out to our staff and our leaders.
Okay. Director Myers.
So, wow, I get to say, Director Ray, I think he forgot to say, we had a couple extra meetings this summer with our SAG kids, with our new leaders for next year, and they are so on board to help us get going with this MLO bond. So, and just to hear the kids from Chaparral, I think it's going to be really exciting to get out and walk with some of these kids. And today I was with Stacy and Aaron, and I think we almost went to Kansas and back with our route that we had. And so all the wonderful kids we saw and numerous chickens. So I didn't realize we did so much chickens at our school, but it was a great time, and it was an absolutely gorgeous day. So what a way to start the first day of school. I think I did nearly 20 of those. Not as many as Director Ray, but they were great first days. It's just remembering how the smiles, and even though the kids say they don't want to go back to school, they look like they're ready to go back to school.
Director Weiniger.
I actually don't have any updates, so just cheers to the next school year.
Director Page.
Am I actually last? All right.
You are the only thing between this meeting and adjournment for the public that's watching out there. Congratulations.
I motion to, it's been a whirlwind, especially, getting appointed to the board and then literally leaving on an airplane to fly to South Africa for 2 weeks, and then coming back and jumping in. I felt a really warm welcome by all of you to the board. I thought the retreat was great, and having experienced first days just being a dad, but now experiencing a first day with a weighty responsibility, like now of steering the lives of 70-something thousand people, both old and young, and I don't take that lightly. And I think the votes today really reflect that we have a job to do, and this is what needs to be done. Argue what you want. Being fiscally conservative doesn't mean you don't spend money on things, and you spend money on the good things and the quality things. What's more good and quality than your kids? So I am unabashedly for what we did today, and look forward to, answering any public's questions. I'm an open book, but I'm very happy to be here and serve the community. So now I'm going to make the motion to adjourn.
We will move to item number 21. Do we have a motion to adjourn, Director Page?
Yes.
Motion by Page. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ray. Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye. Is this a future of what's to become of our board meetings? 9 o'clock?
Page.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Weininger.
Aye.
Passed 7-0. This hereby ends the board meeting.